Here we go!
Hi everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm gonna keep background music off for the stream, just for the sake of editability. I guess we'll call it. I hope that maybe no, I'm not gonna do. YouTube should handle captions on its own, I believe. Oh my gosh, Mario, here we go. How's everybody doing today? Audio 10 out of 10. Why am I putting headphones on? We're not even gonna play any audio. I probably won't get any alert notifications or anything. So my question is, why are you so awesome? Mia Bite, I can't believe you've made it out to a YouTube Q&A video. Hello, how are you? Hi, Elmiria. Let me start by saying hi to everybody, our little early birds. Our very first, well, Lumpy, hello. Are you not streaming tonight? Hustler Kings, hello, welcome in. You were very early today. Hi, Doogsley. Rogue Nerd as well. Hi, Meal. Welcome back. Elmiria, I hope you're doing well. Marky Sparky. Mia, thank you for the super chat. That's very sweet. Thank you. Hold on. Let me see if I can get my little, how do I do this? We've got, I'm still new to the world. It's only my third YouTube live stream. So, but check this out. There we go. Wait, I gotta scoot a little this way. Answer my super chat, lovely. Why are you so awesome? Because I have been supported by wonderful friends through my whole life, including Mia. Mia is a wonderful friend who has supported me. Oh, my microphone covers up our cute little anime girl. That won't do. You're here before your surgery. Well, I hope the surgery goes well. Thank you for joining in. Hi, Snoovian. Hi, Fossil Fox. How are you? How's everybody? Oh, it's going to be so weird doing this without any music. I'm so used to having music in my ear. Let me get to where I can see analytics of everything. And just kind of keep my eye on what we got going on. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. I do have I'm trying out the ad placement. So please let me know if the ads are super intrusive for the live stream. I don't exactly know how it works. I'm hoping it's just going to be the like a YouTube video. When you come in, you have the first ad and that's it. I don't have mid-rolls or anything turned on. I just did the one skippable ad. So if it's more intrusive than that, please let me know, because I don't want it to make the viewing experience suck. Mia, how have you been? I hope you've been doing well. You just happen to be on YouTube at the same time. Nice. Ooh, what's this? Hi, Twinkie. I wanted to say I love your Twitch videos. Hi, Anime Chan. They helps me figure out my persona. Good. That's awesome. And I'm learning my niche and how to talk to myself before I go live soon. Anime Chan, what is your favorite anime? Laughs in YouTube Premium. Look, I do too. I have YouTube Red, or whatever it is, the premium service. I canceled it for a little bit, but I brought it back because I did in fact love it. I did see one question that I actually wanted to go ahead and start us out with from Hustler Kings. So I'm going to come back to this question. Is there a way that I can just turn it off once we answer it? I guess not. We're going to come back to that question, but I want to do a tiny bit of housekeeping first. Shady Chan. Ooh. The first thing I want to say is that I did apply for Discord partnership with the Offbeats Discord, and I received my rejection email today. So I'm a little sad baby about it. It was a generic rejection. It was just like, make sure you look over the requirements. And I was like, I already did all that, and we double all of them. Damn it. So that sucks. But, you know, it's not like every rejection I get slowly chips away at my soul and my drive to continue on. But anyway, so hi, Seagoat. I'm so glad they helped you. Thank you for stopping by. Oh my god, Anime Chan, Ron Mahaf. Oh, you hardly ever hear Ron Mahaf anymore. And that was one of my favorite mangas growing up. I have never heard of Joe Bliss or Reincarnation, and Horimiya. Never heard of any of those three. What's a Discord partnership? Discord partnership is, I guess, verification by Discord is the easiest way to put it. It's, at this point, it doesn't, we've hit the level 3 unlock on the Offbeats Discord, so we've got the vanity URL. So if you'd like to join, it's discord.gg/offbeats, which is really cool. The custom URL was really the main thing I wanted. I think I just wanted, like, to me, it's like a, like, maybe a bragging right or like a pride thing, which is why I applied. But I can't apply now for another 60 days, so I'm probably just going to shelf the idea and not be bothered with it anymore, not even worry about it. Ranma is the best. Yeah, we already have the custom URL, right? Hi, that brownie. Welcome in. I'm so glad they're helpful. If y'all have any questions, hi, is it Simpwatch? Welcome in. How are you? If y'all have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat, and I'll be pulling them up throughout the stream. And I don't know how long this will go. The last one was like two to 3 hours. I would like to not make it that long because it was actually a lot for me to go through. I separated it into chapters. So if we could keep these live streams, it just depends though. If there's a lot of questions, I want to hang out and answer the questions. The other thing I wanted to say as far as housekeeping goes was maybe a little bit about the video upload schedule this month, and some of the video ideas that I have coming. I would love to hear what y'all thought about the Valkyrie video that I put out. I actually came up with a title for that video series. I'd like to call it Tracing Success. I think I like that title, Tracing Success. And I'm going to do one per month. Because I would like to have time enough to do a proper job researching and put enough time and energy, especially if I'm going to be highlighting other content creators. I want to spend a lot of time and energy giving them the proper attention, research, and care when I'm discussing other people's careers. I want to make sure that I do it very respectfully and very thoroughly. So I will be doing once a month. Yes, Kevin Carnes, you should change your stream key on Twitch. I don't know if y'all saw today. It happened last night, like 3 o'clock in the morning. I was still up for it. Should you change your Twitch key? This is current events, but there was a Twitch leak. It looks like the main buzz is mostly concerning top streamers' revenue, which is pre-taxed revenue, and it's only their sub and bit count. Like, so it's not including donations, it's not including sponsorships or anything like that. That seems to be the main buzz because of course everyone wants to talk about money, but the information, this is alleged, but Twitch has confirmed that there was a leak, but the alleged information that is leaked at this point does include your usernames, passwords, stream keys, all of that kind of, your phone numbers, all of that kind of stuff. So there's no telling how that information would be used or anything like that. So I did it last night as soon as I saw the leak hit. My password has been updated. My stream key was updated as soon as and make sure two-factor authentication is turned on if it's not already turned on. I've had that turned on for a very long time. Yeah, I don't want everyone to panic about it, but I would like to encourage y'all to be safe with your data. You might also consider, if you use the same password on Twitch, the same password and email on Twitch as other websites, such as your bank account or things like that, possibly going in and changing your passwords everywhere that the password is the same, just to be on the safe side. So that's probably important to talk about right off the bat. I see a couple questions popping up, so we'll continue on with those. The YouTube video schedule I wanted to talk about a little bit more this month. I'll be doing one more Tracing Success video. I'm planning that for the last Monday of, I think I'm going to make my main upload days Mondays, and we might have an occasional second video on Thursdays. I think we're going to try and do Mondays and Thursdays here. I also am going to be heavily focusing on my vlog channel going forward. Hi Geekish Senpai, welcome in. I'm going to be focusing on that. I'm going to be combining all my other channels into that one. So the anime reactions, the witchy content, vlogging, health updates, all of that's going to go on my other channel. This channel I'm going to keep as streaming tutorials, social media strategies, and commentary, I think. But commentary, I feel like the last video I did was a little bit more, it was like a combination of social media strategy and commentary. So I really enjoy the commentary niche on YouTube. So I kind of want to dabble a little bit in that direction. I've also had some requests, and I'm hesitant about this type of content on this channel, but if there's enough of a request for it and I think that it won't tank me in the algorithm, I've had requests for like makeup related content as far as streaming goes. I don't want to do like beauty guru style stuff, but the idea that I've had in mind is makeup, how I do my makeup for stream, like, because I'm wearing this is not makeup that I would wear out, well, I probably would wear it out in public, but it's very like, it's basically stage makeup, theater makeup. So yes, I'll be doing a monthly Q&A. Let me highlight the questions that I'm answering, sorry. I will be doing every first Wednesday of the month will be our live Q&A sessions here. So every first Wednesday, I'll be here for 2 hours or so. I want to keep all of the questions as related to streaming and content creation as possible, but I'm open to answering questions that are particular to your journey, because I think that personal examples are very good learning material for other people. So if you have specific questions about your own journey, I'm happy to answer those. And before we move on into getting too far into y'all's questions, I do have several sponsored videos lined up this month. I hope that y'all are okay with the sponsored content. I'd love to hear feedback about how I've been incorporating the sponsorships into the videos, making sure that I just realized today that I'm not clicking the little checkbox on the upload stuff that says it includes a sponsorship. So I'm gonna make sure that's checked going forward. But I've got another Streamlabs sponsored video coming up, which I'm excited about. This will be my second time working with Streamlabs. It's going to be specifically on like recording through OBS. And I have some more Placeit, Envato Placeit, basically ad reads that I'll be putting into videos. And those are the two major ones this month. But pretty much every video. Oh no, another one. This one is a product unboxing and review. So if y'all have any questions about this specifically, this is Lapao portable display monitor. So it's a portable monitor. And I'm gonna unbox and check this out. I specifically want to see if I can use this for streaming with my Nintendo Switch. That's the concept I have going into that video. I've had this thing for like 2 weeks, and I was supposed to do it like 2 weeks ago, but I've never done an unboxing or anything like that. So I sort of have, but not in this type of way. So I'm open to feedback from y'all. I want to make sure that it's still content that y'all are enjoying and is useful to you. That's the most important thing to me, is that it's not like, to be frank, bullshit sponsorships that I'm taking. I'm trying to make sure that it's content and information that's still relevant to y'all. Portable monitor, I'm curious about. I'm kind of interested in, for sure. Especially like linking it up to my Nintendo Switch and seeing if I could do some, like, if I could have my cell phone involved and I could maybe like stream from in my yard. You know what I mean? Like if I could do something really innovative and fun like that, that would be cool. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up in the chat a little bit and look for some questions. Okay. The first question that I want to touch on is from Hustler Kings. I'm not sure if you're still here. Oh, I should do it over here, shouldn't I? I'm not sure if you're still here, Hustler Kings. Oh, that works. I can keep this chat scrolled at the bottom, and I can keep this pop out, scrolling through and finding questions. Oh, that's the wrong one. Thank you, though. I have put a lot of time into my overlays and stuff like that. Your question was, what programs do you use to make your overlay and stuff? So you're probably talking about my starting soon screen, and I'm going to switch to that just for a second. That was actually made entirely in OBS. The artwork where the cards are floating overhead was animated through Adobe After Effects. Very lightly animated. Everything else is just layered on in a Streamlabs OBS using various widgets and just animated GIFs and stuff like that. What was the name of the monitor again? It's called Lapao, Lepow Z1 series, Alchemist. So besides that though, when I'm designing my overlays, like we've done overlay tutorials in the past, I use Adobe Photoshop, although you could use photop.com, which is a free dupe for Photoshop that I think is very good. Like whenever I don't feel like opening Photoshop, I just go to Photop on my browser. Like it's so much easier than putting my computer through the struggle of opening up an Adobe program. Okay, continuing on. I hope that y'all are having a good day. Welcome in. Let's see here. I got an ad blocker. Bring it on. Twinkie mood. That's a mood. I thought I saw a question from Mia. Seagoat says, wanted to stop by and say thanks for the Twitch videos. Thank you for being here, Seagoat. That brownie, thank you for being here as well. Should I be streaming on YouTube from Mia Bite? This is a good question, and I think this is going to differ for everybody. I think it's worth experimenting with, to be honest. But you could probably compare my stats here on YouTube compared to what I've been pulling in on Twitch and kind of get a feel for it. You're going to have to convert people over to your YouTube. The benefit for me is that I had built an audience previously on YouTube from my Twitch tutorial content. So when I went live, I had a built-in audience. I think that if you had a YouTube channel with 0 subscribers and you went live on it, you're probably going to have 0 viewers, right? And it's going to be the same grind that we talk about with Twitch of building that up. If you're a streamer like Mia, who's a partnered streamer on Twitch and has a built-in audience, I imagine, Mia, that you would be able to retain probably 30 to 50% of your viewership pulling over from Twitch to YouTube in the first couple of weeks. If you were only streaming once a month like I am, it's going to be kind of a finicky, flaky view count, a not reliable number. If you're streaming a couple times a week on YouTube, I think you could get to where you were training people to come over to YouTube. And we see examples like Valkyrae. I believe the last time I checked her data, she's averaging something like 20K viewers on YouTube live streams. So there's definitely an audience here on YouTube, although the stats do show that Twitch is still the most watched live streaming platform for gaming content on the internet. So it's totally up to you. Twitch, everyone says Twitch is dying. I think that Twitch has a lot of basically PR issues that they're having to deal with right now and appeasing the community and stuff like that. But the data does not show that Twitch is dying at all. It's quite the opposite. Twitch continues to be on an upward trajectory. So I think for me personally, and what I would recommend to you personally, Mia, and anybody that's listening, I would get your foot in both pots. I'm maining my live stream content on Twitch, and I have supplementary content that I'm uploading on YouTube, at least once a week, YouTube videos, and then I'm dotting in little live streams here. If it ever came to the point where one of these websites went down, I don't have all my eggs in one basket. This is what people mean when they say diversify your content, diversify the platforms that you're using. I do want to give a disclaimer to that. I understand not everyone is they have the spoons, as they say, to do this. They don't have the emotional energy or the time even. A lot of people could be full-time jobs, full-time parents, dealing with various health issues, and they can't maintain more than one platform. I kneel to that. I yield to you. I understand this. But I still push this advice. I still think this is advice. I don't want to completely push you into capitalist, hustle culture, but it's honestly and unfortunately, it is part of the game. And the more that I have hustled, the more that this is working out for me. I've played this game since 2016. I had a comment the other day on one of my videos that kind of got me in my feelings a little bit. That was something like, if you've been doing this for 5 years, how do you only have 10,000 subscribers? And on 10,000 followers on Twitch. You would think that you would have more than 10,000 followers on Twitch or something like that. And I've seen comments sort of like that are like, but they're phrased in a nicer way or a gentler way or a more bluntly ass kissy kind of way of like, oh, you're so underrated. Wow. Like, I don't mean to call people ass kissers for saying stuff like that, but it's a much more flattering way of saying like, wow, you're so underrated. Why do you only have this many subs? This person was just straight up like, you've been doing this for so long. Like, why don't you have more subscribers? Like, basically like a, what are you doing wrong kind of is how it hit me. That's my little feelings. Right. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I'm saying I've been doing this since 2016. I see other people, like when I was analyzing Valkyrae, she started streaming in 2015. She started streaming 1 year before me, and she's, when I'm comparing myself like this, it's like, yeah, there are some people that have just skyrocketed and other people that just taper and maybe never make it. I think that is unfortunately a reality of this game. It's the entertainment industry, right? Not everybody's going to make it. And that's just being realistic. Do I think that it's worth trying? Absolutely. There's so many surprising people that you would never have expected to be the ones that skyrocket. An example I can think of is the guy that does food reviews. This very weirdly charismatic, awkwardly nerdy kind of guy. Do you know what I mean? And he's like, food reviews. And you never would have expected someone like that to skyrocket to one of the most watched food channels on YouTube by standards of the entertainment industry in general. But he has, because he's got that. There's the je ne sais quoi, this element, and you might have that element too. So I would definitely push everyone to try, to attempt, to play your hand, to jump in and see where you go. And not success for everyone doesn't look like the Valkyrae path of moving to LA and getting in music videos and all of this stuff. Success to you could be like for me, where I just want to be able to pay my bills and enjoy what I do every day. And that's what success is to me. I feel successful right now because I'm in that position where I'm taking care of my bills and I'm looking at being able to upgrade my life in certain ways. Like, that is success to me. me. So I think that's a conversation everyone needs to have with themselves. How did I spiral this far away from should I be streaming on YouTube, diversifying the platform? Look at my brain. Oh my God. Sorry, I guess that's the mood I'm in today. I guess that's what's gonna happen. To shortly answer, Mia, should you be streaming on YouTube? Yes and no. I think that's an annoying answer to give. Yes and no. I think you should try it out, dabble, dip your toes in, maybe do it a couple of times, see how you feel about the interface. It's totally different from Twitch. Totally different. So if you're used to like the alerts and stuff, we can get the alerts linked up, but it's not quite as interactive in certain ways. But I do like it. I do like live streaming on YouTube. I think that our Q&A sessions have been a lot of fun, but I have chosen to create a completely different type of live stream content on YouTube for a specific reason. I don't like coming onto YouTube and doing my casual Stardew Valley kind of stuff. That I keep on Twitch because I feel like Twitch makes more sense for me to do in a casual manner live streaming. So I think it's worth experimenting with, especially for content creators who are already pushing past. You're not, if you're in this field of I've got 0 to 5 viewers and I'm trying to even figure out how to get my foundation under me and my feet stop being so wobbly, like you're still in toddler mode, you're trying to stop that big baby head wobble, no, you don't have to live stream on a million different platforms. Stick with one until you get yourself steady and solid. Mia, you're in a position of being steady and solid. I think now would be a good time for you to start to dip a little leg out and try to see what happens. Does the content differ? Okay, we went on to that one too. Cool. That brownie says, how good are ring lights for streaming, and should I get a separate microphone, or will a gaming headphone microphone do? I have 2 ways of answering this question. The first way is start with what you have. Don't stress yourself about having thousands of dollars worth of equipment. If all you have to get started is your lamp, like your literal bedside lamp, and a gaming headset microphone, get started. Let's go. Don't use it as an excuse not to start because you need the $100 ring light and the $1,000 microphone setup. Like, don't talk yourself out of it. That is a very annoying game to get stuck in, and you will never be perfect with your setup if you fall into that mental trap. You do Insta Live before YouTube Live? I want to come back to that, Twinkie. Let's see. The first thing that I would tell you to upgrade is that gaming headphone microphone, though, as soon as possible. I find personally, and maybe some of y'all in chat might have different opinions here, but I find gaming headset microphones very annoying to listen to. And I don't really mind if your lighting isn't that great. It's fine. Like, it's not bothering my eyes to see like a poorly lit, like if I turn these lights off, this isn't going to bother y'all as bad. It's kind of creepy now. Like, I'm gonna tell a horror story. This probably doesn't, I still have one light on up here, which is why I'm lit like Morticia Addams right now. But that's not gonna bother you as bad as if my microphone was grainy and peaking really bad and hurting your ears, like actually feeling like painful to experience. Microphone audio issues should always be addressed before visual issues, in my opinion. And I think most people, I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. I think most people give that advice as well. Spooky shady time, I know. Halloween time, let's have some scary stories. I'll read the Herald scary story to tell in the dark, the scarecrow one again. We did that on stream the other day. And should you get a separate microphone? I would eventually upgrade that. That would be your first microphone, should be your first like fundraise thing, or your first streaming income supplements this thing. Ring lights I think are great. I am using a ring light that I actually just got. I don't know if there's gonna be much of a difference, but I'm gonna swap between the 2 that I've been using. So this is actually, I like the warm. Oh, I could probably switch this to warm settings though. There we go. So this is the one that I've been using. It's a $25 or $30 ring light from Amazon. It's kind of small. It's about this big. It's designed for like a cell phone to go in between of it, but I just have it mounted on my wall up here. And the one that I've just switched to is one that my friend threw away for some reason, even though it works. I actually like it better with the warm setting. But this one is like, I think a $50 one from Walmart. I don't know, because my friend was gonna throw it out, and I was like, give that shit to me. Sorry I'm cussing so much. I hope that's all right with y'all. But I do like ring lights, but I don't think they're totally necessary. When I first started streaming, I was using literally light bulbs, like literal light bulbs, and lamps with the lampshade pulled off. And sometimes I would put like a white piece of printer sheet, like a kind of translucent printer paper, to act as like a diffuser, the big box lights that photographers use. It's the same concept, but it was a piece of paper that I had mounted up in front of the light bulb, so it wouldn't be a light directly in my face. It would spread the light out a little bit more evenly, and I used that for several years. I only recently upgraded to this lighting situation, I want to say about a year ago. So I streamed for a good 3 or 4 years with just lamps and light bulbs and however I could get them to work. Duct tape is my best friend. So do not overspend on a bunch of equipment before you have even started to get your feet under you as a content creator, and prioritize microphones over lighting equipment. Y'all enjoyed the Valkyrie video? Okay, if y'all have suggestions for, I think that I'm kind of curious about diving into the Dream Minecraft squad, because they're, do you mind? They're faceless, camless, they're camless content creators, and I think that there's been quite a bit of requests for me to cover not like mainstream kind of content, so VTubers, art streamers, and faceless cam streamers, or camless streamers. So I'm thinking I might want to go into the Minecraft Dream section. Yeah, Toasty's doing her thing. Let's see here. Oh, Disruptive Girl, we're talking back about. Also, hi, Disruptive Girl. We're backtracking a little bit to the Twitch leak. Disruptive Girl is saying I change all of my passwords and use random generators every 3 months and use two-factor authentication everywhere. And I think that's a very good practice to get into if you're going to try to build your brand as a live streamer, to just protect your protect your security, protect your privacy. Makeup for stream lighting, hell yeah. Okay. Do you have advice on retaining audiences? Say one video gets a lot of views. How do you reproduce that outcome? Look, I haven't been able to do that. One video gets a lot of views. How do you reproduce that outcome without only doing that style of video? I haven't been able to do that. I have had one video go viral. It's close to 500,000 views, which is very cool. It's the how to talk to yourself when no one is there video. And after that happened, and only my videos of Twitch tips got viewership on it, I converted my channel to that type of content, which I do think was a smart move for me personally. But it's up to y'all to make this decision. So what I could say for this is, so let's pull it away from the viral video and let's talk more just like, say I have a YouTube channel where I'm averaging like 100 views. Have a wonderful night, Quack. Thank you for stopping by for a bit. Say I've got a YouTube channel, I'm only getting a couple hundred views. I don't want to say only getting, but I'm getting a couple hundred views a video, or maybe 100 views a video, and a really good video to me looks like 200 or 300 views, which is some of my other YouTube channels, like the Witchy channel or the Anime Reaction channel. How do you recreate that viewership? If you hit a viral algorithm, sometimes you just have to accept that that one went viral or that one hit the algorithm, and not every video that you do is going to hit the algorithm, and that's okay. And still continue to focus on making the same kind of content. I think there comes a time where you have to answer to yourself, do you want to become a niche content creator, or do you want to be free to do whatever type of content you want whenever you want to do it? I will say, when I was using this YouTube channel here as the whatever I want to do whenever I want to do it, my overall viewership was down on all of my videos because, unfortunately, the algorithm is designed in a specific way. So I'm going to talk a bit about the YouTube algorithm. If I post a video and it's got my little thumbnail, like how did Valkyrie, grow on Twitch or whatever, and I post that up and it pops up into y'all's feeds and you look at it and you're like, nah, I don't feel like watching it, and you scroll past it, and too many people do that, YouTube tracks that. It's there's a specific metric for this, click through rate, I believe, CTR rate. So it's when you see the thumbnail, do people click on it and do they come watch your video? And then there's a second metric that is tracked, which is viewer retention. So if they click on the video, how long do they stay throughout the video? Do they leave in the first 30 seconds, or do they stay for a certain percentage of the video? And that is a metric that would be measuring clickbait. Bad clickbait is bad. Good clickbait is good. Good clickbait is a catchy, sexy title that makes people click it, but you deliver on the promise of the title. Bad clickbait is like, I almost died, and then you click on my video and it's me talking about how I was eating a grape earlier and then I coughed a little bit, and it's like, you didn't almost die. You're being like, bad clickbait. You know what I mean? Where you're like, oh my God, and you click off a video within 30 seconds because it was bullshit. The title was not true. YouTube doesn't like that because it makes people want to leave the platform. Stop using YouTube as entertainment. Anything that you do that does not keep people on YouTube's platform, they're not going to reward that. They're not going to float you up in the algorithm. So if I'm getting a high click-through rate on a thumbnail and then people come in and watch that video for a long percentage of time, it doesn't have to be the whole video, but it should be a pretty decent chunk of the video. Then YouTube says this is good content that is keeping people on YouTube watching the ads that pop up on YouTube. Let's recommend this to other people. And then once they send that out to the first wave, if there's a good enough performance in the click-through rate of people outside of your subscriber audience, YouTube will say, hey, this is actually pretty good. Let's send it out even further. And they'll continue to do waves and waves and waves of that based on keywords, thumbnails, and they'll try to make sure that it's going to the right audiences, which is why my videos that went viral did go viral. The how to get started streaming one, that's I want to say around 300 or 400,000 views, and that how to talk to yourself when no one is there video. Those did well in my subscriber base. They did well on the first wave, and they did super well on the third, fourth, fifth wave, and that's where the majority of my audience has come from. So I think just to explain how the algorithm works to you, thumbnails are very important. So make sure that if you've got a video that does really well and it gets a lot of views, analyze it. Go through and look at it. Was the thumbnail really good? Was that what got people in clicking on it? Were your other thumbnails more boring, or they didn't have a title of like words on it? Did you use a different, was your hair looking different, or did you use a different piece of artwork on it? Or was the title itself better? Did it have better keywords? Was it capitalized in better ways, or all caps locked? Or like, you have to come in and analyze, how was the video too long? Was the video too short? Start to really calculate what worked and what didn't work about that video, and then try to implement those practices into the other videos that you're making. So you don't necessarily have to do carbon copy content, because I think you can look at my channel and see that I've been doing Twitch tutorial content all over, and most of my videos are getting between 1,000 and 2,000 views. Some of the videos from like 3 months ago are pushing 7,000 to 8,000 views now, but just because I'm doing Twitch tutorial content doesn't mean it's immediately going viral, or it will even go viral. It's standout content that just speaks to people. I had another freak accident viral video. Do I want to bring it up on screen? Maybe it would be helpful. Let me see if I can easily show y'all my screen. Let's see where this goes. So this shows y'all this over here. Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all my reaction channel, fandom channel. This one, I had a somewhat viral video go off on this channel as well. This is the one where I'm doing anime reactions. I think this is a little bit more in line with like a okay, whatever, remove from Chrome, leave me alone. I haven't logged into this channel in a long time. Hey everybody. Oh, I do have alerts over here. Oh, we're on a different screen now. Okay. So this is a different channel. That's my React channel, where I do anime reactions and gaming content. I'm actually going to close this channel because I don't really like how it's performing or the audience that it's creating. I'm going to put this all on my main channel, but you can see this video here, Shaman King trailer reaction, has 4.7k views, and I have 268 subscribers on this channel. That one actually got up pretty good too. 1.3k views on the first episode of Demon Slayer, but 92 views on the like third episode or something of Demon Slayer. 177 on an Among Us playthrough, 100 on my Minecraft playthrough. No, stop. 100 on my Minecraft playthrough, 400 on Demon Slayer episode 2. So I'm not able to fully reproduce that initial kick that comes off. I tried another trailer reaction because I was like, okay, the Shaman King trailer reaction went well. Was it a trailer that worked? So I tried one for the Yashahime trailer reaction, which I thought would do better because I had an Inuyasha video. So I had a related video to that title, that series, but it didn't. It got 400 views. Why this one did well, I don't really know. It's a good thumbnail. It had a good keyword in it. It was like the day after the trailer dropped. The timing was really good. I really don't know why this one popped off so well. I wasn't able to recreate it though, as much as I tried. So what I would say that I've learned from this is experimentation. I tried, like, I'm like, okay, it was an anime trailer reaction. Let me try that again. Did that work? No. And then I moved on to a different series. Demon Slayer is obviously very popular. People really enjoy it. Again, I think the thumbnail was better on this one than any of my other thumbnails. It's closer on my face. There's a more intense facial reaction. I also think watching people's initial reaction to the first episode of a series is more interesting than like random episodes in the middle of the series. There's a lot of different things that I could analyze and pull out of why this one performed well, why these ones didn't perform well. Obviously, like the gameplay playthrough ones didn't do very well because why would people care about a random person's Among Us game? They don't care about me as an individual yet. The goal is to get them to care about you as an individual. So this isn't going to perform well because nobody cares. Maybe if I did an Among Us commentary video where I was like, why is everyone gaslighting their friends on Among Us? Like that might be interesting because that appeals to the Among Us fandom rather than just a random person playing Among Us. Does that make sense? Now we'll pull back. Let's pull back to our other screen. Let me get over here. Where am I? What screen were we using? This one. This one? Yes. The Shady Reacts channel could flourish a lot with YouTube Shorts. You think so, Twinkie? I think I could revisit that channel. I just don't know if I have the time and energy to invest in that. Have you thought of dyeing your hair a different color? I do dye my hair a lot, but I don't think that that's necessarily why the videos get clicked on. So let's see what else we got. I'm going in order of the chat, so bear with me. I'll just say I'll see what's going on currently. You would love some camless talk, not much out there. Yeah. Add some cards to that video where the highest retention graphs are. Add some cards to the videos where the highest retention graphs are. That's an interesting idea. Fazil, I see your question. I'm going to get to it in the list. Reaction videos on what trending is so good for exposure. Yes, Milo, exactly. Like if you're popping on stuff as soon as they start trending. For example, if I put a video out, and who is the guy? Devin Nash, I think is his name. He does very interesting Twitch commentary videos. He does this really well. So I'm sure in the next day or two, we're going to see a video drop on Devin Nash's channel that is all about the Twitch data leak that just happened. If I put a video out, if I had been really smart and I saw this happen at 3 a.m. last night and I immediately started compiling a video and had it ready to go live at like 2 p.m. this afternoon, which was 12 hours after it dropped, that probably would have performed really well because people would have been like, I don't know what's going on. I might have been one of the first news sources. But this pushes into kind of a toxic culture that we see happen a lot. I see it in the true crime industry, the gossip channels where it's like people are rushing to be the first person to cover something, and I prefer to take my time and make thoughtful content, but hopping on trends is very smart. This is how TikTok works, hopping on trends. It's very smart to get yourself elevated up in the algorithm. But use at your own discretion and try not to lose yourself to the music the moment you want it. Try not to lose yourself to chasing trending algorithm stuff, because you can truly lose who you are in that. Okay. Fully support the sponsored content. Thank you, Almeria. I started a Discord, says Geekish Senpai. I started a Discord, but right now it's under construction. Do you have any tips on how to make one and what's important when creating one? What should be absolute rules? Okay. I think I need to take a moment. I think I'm talking too much. Can I chill for like 10 seconds? Sorry. I'm doing that thing where I talk without breathing. Okay. I started a Discord, but it's under construction. Do you have any tips on how to make one? I actually want to do an entire video series on building communities in Discord. So if y'all have specific questions, please leave them in the comments of this video rather than the chat. Go ahead and leave a comment on this video of that so I can take a peek at them. Maybe in November, I'll plan a series that's like maybe a 4 or 5 part series of creating a Discord community. Because I do think that I've done a pretty good job with Offbeats. I do think that Offbeats is a very good Discord community, and I think I could share a lot of advice on that. Okay, Discord actually gives you a community server template now to start with, says Twinkie. Yes, it does. So I would start with the templates, and I would also question to yourself, what is important to you? So in my personal Discord for my Twitch stream, that's not Offbeats, which is a streamer community that I run, in my personal one, I have text channels that correspond to the type of content that I stream, but not every video game that I play, but the general ones. So I do have one for Stardew because I do a modded Stardew playthrough that there's a lot of conversation that goes on about that and a lot of questions. I have one for makeup because I get a lot of questions about makeup as well. So what do you focus on? Maybe you're not getting a lot of questions right now, but what is the main area of focus in your channel? I think that having a general chat and a pets section, or selfies of some kind, sharing your food, sharing your pets, those are always really safe bets. Those are fun things to be able to swap with the community members. Absolute rules, I would again, this is like what do you define as rules for your Twitch stream? Some people don't mind cussing, other people don't want cussing. Some people don't mind a teenage audience, other people are strictly 18 plus. So really focus in on what is important to you and what isn't important to you. What should be important when creating a Discord is ease of getting into the Discord and accessing it. That's something that was actually mentioned in the Discord partnership application that I just put in. It was a generic rejection, but they said that they send a member in to just kind of scope out the Discord, and if there are too many hoops to jump through in the very beginning to get into the actual community itself, that's bad. So don't make it too difficult for people to get in, but you still want to have like a verification section because it's very easy for people to get in and troll Discord. I want to do a whole series on Discord, so I'm not going to dive super deep on it. I would go ahead and get your Discord open. I would get it started with like the bare minimums. Have a private channel that's set up so that your mod team has access to it. Maybe have a private channel that's for your subs, so a sub-only text channel, and then mostly have it be like general chat, the video game that you play, or a specific genre. Maybe you really enjoy talking about horror movies, so have a horror channel, and maybe 1 or 2 voice channels. And that's a good spot to get started. And then every month or so, check in on your server and think to yourself, this text channel hasn't been used in 3 months. Maybe I'll delete this one. This one's getting used a lot and the conversations are split in 2 directions. Let me separate these 2 into 2 different text channels. You have to check in. It's like a garden. You have to prune it every month or 2. We need to simplify Offbeats just a little bit. I agree. There's a bit of technical work I need to do on Offbeats that I'm procrastinating on because it's so much. It's going to be so much. Geeky Mark asks, what's your opinion on moving to stream on YouTube instead of Twitch? We went over this in detail at the very start of the stream. If you want to rewatch the VOD, it's literally the first question I answer. I'd say about 12-15 minutes into the stream. Mia Byte's question was about this. I think that if I was pushed into a corner, I would not say to go stream on YouTube instead of Twitch. If I was pushed into a corner to answer this question, I would say to stream on Twitch. Twitch is better designed for monetizing. We can get super chats on YouTube. There's a subscriber system that I have yet to set up. Maybe I should. There's a membership, I think they call it, on YouTube. So there are like sources, and but YouTube is like a step behind Twitch. So, and Twitch is definitely pulling ideas from other platforms for sure. But Twitch is setting the example, and other platforms are trying to keep up with it. I think that my experience on Twitch is better for the live streaming itself. It's more interactive, and it's just set up better for like long term engaged community with the channel point redemptions and the sub badges and stuff like that. It's all already set up nicely. That being said, I'm going to briefly recap. It's worth experimenting. If maybe it works better for you, maybe you enjoy the format of YouTube better, it's worth experimenting. Give it a try, see what you think. And I won't dig too deep because we did this for like 15 minutes at the start of stream. Welcome in, Precious Brown. Thank you for joining. Okay, Josem Tapia, I think that's how to say it, says tips on doing Twitch after a long break. I have a lot to say about this. I started to go back to work and I love Animal Crossing. Any advice? The best thing I could say about if you take a break, a long break, and just to briefly discuss my history of taking breaks, I have had several times where I'll take a break for a couple weeks. I've had several times where I'll take a break for 2 to 3 months. And I've had one time where I took a break for 6 months and one time where I took a break for almost an entire year. I've been doing this since 2016 and I've burnt out a bunch, and I've taken a lot of breaks of various lengths. It's always stressful and anxiety ridden to do that first stream back after a break, because I personally have the feeling that I am going to have to explain myself. Oh no, I'm going to have to tell everybody where I've been, and I've got to flesh out. And sometimes I don't have a reason. Sometimes I just didn't feel, oh my God, stop. Sometimes I just didn't feel like streaming. And I just hit a wall. I got depressed or whatever else, and I wasn't able to do it. Other times there's a more solid excuse or reason. Something happened in my life. I got sick. I started a job. I didn't have the time. Like, sometimes there's a solid reason. Sometimes there's not. You don't owe anybody that explanation, by the way. I overshare. I enjoy being too much information. So I make that part of what I do. But you could literally just click go live and start gaming, and if someone's like, oh my God, I haven't seen you forever, be like, yeah, well, now I'm back, what's up, how's it going? And not just completely breeze over it. You set the rules of your own stream. You don't owe anybody anything that you don't want to give them. So if you don't want to explain why you've been on that long break, you don't have to. Just go live is the second thing I would say. Quit psyching yourself out. There's been so many times in the last couple of weeks where I've like started to do my makeup, and then I'm like, oh, I don't want to go live. And then I start to kind of like, you know what, does it really matter if I go live? People aren't really going to care. They're not really going to, there's so many other people can watch another stream. They don't really depend on me that much. It's not that deep if I don't go live. Like, and I'll start to talk myself out of streaming. The more that I've shifted my brain to appreciating and respecting this as a job, the better I've done. I don't want to loathe this like a job, but I need to give it the same respect that I did my part-time job making coffee for people. I couldn't just call out of work willy-nilly. I can't just call out of my stream willy-nilly either. The more seriously I take it, the more seriously my audience will take me. The more they will respect me. So I need to put that work in, right? That being said, you know yourself best. Always take breaks when you need to. Prioritize your mental health, your physical health over sitting at your computer for 8 hours a day every day. But if you are calling out of stream, say your stream schedule is 3 days a week, and you're like, nah, I'm not going to stream on Monday. And then on Wednesday rolls around, say you stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, right? 3 days a week. Monday, you're like, oh, I've got a case of the Mondays. I've got a headache. I didn't clean my room. I don't want to stream today. And then Wednesday rolls around, and by like Tuesday, you're already like, oh God, I got to stream tomorrow. And I didn't stream yesterday, man. And then Wednesday gets here and you're like, oh God, I didn't stream Monday anyway. I might as well just not stream at all this week because I've already messed up so bad. Like, it's the same thing that happens to me in my diet, like my trying to eat healthier. Well, I already had fast food once this week, so this week's ruined. I might as well have fast food again today. Like, every day is a new day. It's cheesy. I'm gonna be cheesy as hell, but every day is a new day, and every day is a new opportunity to achieve what you want to achieve. So don't talk yourself out of streaming constantly just because you might have failed the day before or something like this. Animal Crossing, I think, is a pretty healthy niche. I'm gonna take a look at it really quick. Directory game slash. Well, let's just go to the directory. I'm gonna put it on screen. Hyped to go back. I think you should be. I don't let the fact that you took a break make you feel like you can't come back. And again, like I've done it several times, and you will. Okay, there's one more thing I want to address before I look at the analytics of Animal Crossing. The one more thing that I want to address is that you are going to see a viewership drop and a subscriber drop. The numbers are going to look lower and they might look like that for a while. You are going to have to build yourself back up. This last time I took a break was really frustrating. There's been a couple of times where I've been pushing partner numbers. People ask me a lot why I'm not already partnered. It's because I take breaks all the time and I burn out a lot. Self-sabotage is a huge contributor to what's going on with me on Twitch. There's been several times where I've gotten up to that and then I take a break for 3 months, and when I come back, I'm back down to averaging 30 to 35 viewers. And then I have to grind it back up for several months. And by the time I start to push the partner numbers again, it's been 4 or 5 months and I'm hitting a burnout wall again and I crash. And when I come back, instead of averaging 35 viewers, maybe I'm averaging 40 on my comeback. And then I burn out again, and then maybe when I come back, I'm averaging 40. Every time I've come back from a break, my numbers have been, yes, they've dropped significantly from what they were prior to the break, but they've been a little bit higher than every return. Like in other words, I'm building a tight-knit, supportive community, long-term supportive community over time steadily. So the people that are watching you every day that are just in the category might drift away if you're gone for 3 months, but the ones that care about you as a person, especially if you're still producing content on YouTube or Instagram or Twitter or in your Discord and you're maintaining a connection with those people. Hi Squish Dish, welcome in. Marky, have a wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. I hope you get some good sleep. I know it's very late for you. So now I want to look at the analytics a little bit for Animal Crossing, and I hope that looking at these are going to help y'all analyze your own categories that you're liking to look at or that you're interested in streaming on. This one? I hope y'all can see okay. I know it's not perfect. Let me scoot me over a little bit. So I'm looking at the Animal Crossing category, and the top row is typically 5 streams wide. I just can't show y'all the full stretch of it right now because of the way my screens are capturing. So we're going to look at the top 5. We've got 200 viewers, 197, 155, 131, 92, and we'll go down to 80. So the top 6 streamers, the top row of Animal Crossing, you need to have more than 80-ish viewers to get on the top row. The second row, you need between 50 and 70 viewers. The third row, you need between 20 and 45 viewers. Now I'm going to maximize the screen. You won't be able to see all the way across, but just to show you, people will typically do a 1-2 scroll. So if you don't feel like you can hit that 1-2 scroll area, 1-2, then you're probably not going to get a lot of discoverability from that category. So you can see when we do the 1-2 scroll, and this is my own opinion, okay? This isn't a rule, this isn't a guideline, this is just my own opinion and my own experience as a viewer of Twitch, and also from the people that come in on my channel. The 1-2 scroll on Animal Crossing puts us at 9 to 15 viewers. This looks great for a small streamer to be in. When Animal Crossing first came out, absolutely not. What's a game that just came out? New World? Let's take a look at New World. This one's going to be an awful example, but you'll see. Yeah, look at that. Top row's 40K, 20K, 10K. And we're going to do a 1-2. That was bad. Hold on, it didn't work. 1-2. The 1-2 scroll puts us at 600 viewers. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have to do like 8 to 9 scrolls to get down under 100 viewers. New World is going to be hell for a small streamer to get visibility in. Minecraft is one that I'm personally considering as someone who my concurrent viewers sits between 40 and 50 right now, because if I do a 1-2 scroll here, It's 100 viewers. So the 1-2 scroll, I'm not going to get seen, but the 3-4, we're starting to get there, and it's possible people might scroll. If my thumbnail is good enough, my overlay thumbnail is good enough, or if people are searching specifically by the tags that I use, I might be able to get visibility in Minecraft. What I am currently streaming is Stardew Valley, because as someone who averages between 40 and 50 viewers, I'm typically on the top row, or at least the second row of Stardew Valley. But if we do a 1-2 scroll here, you can see it's the 10 to 13 viewer count. This is Stardew, Animal Crossing. They're excellent for, I push sandbox games a lot because that's what I play. I could show y'all an example of Apex Legends, a shooter game that's a little bit out of style now, I guess I would say. It's older, but it still does pretty well. Our top row is 13K, 3K, 4K. Our 1-2 scroll puts us at 96 to 80, 130 viewers. Overwatch might be a better example of an FPS game that you could play if you're a smaller streamer. Our top row is 2K, 400 viewers or so. We do a 1-2 and we get down to 20 viewers. Overwatch would probably be a little bit better of a choice than Apex Legends for a smaller streamer for that reason, just purely based on discoverability. Now, okay, let me go on a different tangent with this. The different tangent is obviously, oh, you want to look at the Pokemon Snap? Okay, we'll do one more. Is this the right one? Gaming. Oh, that's my gaming one. Pokemon Snap. It's not loading up for me for some reason. Is it called, does it go by a different name? Do you mean Pokemon Unite? I know that's a new one that just came out. Pokemon Unite's probably, oh, it actually doesn't look that bad. I'm kind of surprised. I thought it would be a little more saturated than this. So the top row is 200 to 500 viewers, and the 1-2 puts us at 28 to 35 viewers. So Pokemon Snap new. If a tool lets you pick games, yeah, Twinkie, please link your tool. Twinkie Talks it has a very awesome little script program that will analyze your it will look over your analytics, and it will tell you, can you tell me again in the comments how exactly it determines, but it'll tell you games that you should be in the top row or the top 2 rows for, I believe. It's a really handy tool. I feel like when I try to strategically pick games, I find myself not having fun, says Alexion. So I've gone down a little bit in our chat. So let me switch back to our other screen, because that is something I was going to touch in on. This was, at the end of the day, you want to have fun. You want to enjoy what you're doing. You don't want this to become a terrible job where oh God, I have to wake up and I have to play Overwatch today, because if I don't play Overwatch, nobody's going to view my content. You don't want to get in that mindset. So make sure that you're prioritizing your enjoyment. But I will say there's going to come a point where you are going to have to make smart business decisions if you want to see growth, unfortunately. And I think that most creators that are above 500 to 1,000 viewers will probably tell you this. If you're not interested in doing that or in reaching those levels, then you can pretty much disregard all of this. If you are a hobby streamer that is doing this for fun and the view count doesn't matter to you, then there's no reason to care about anything that I'm saying right now. But if you're trying to grow a brand, grow your platform, especially if you're trying to hit, nice, delicious numbers that are going to make it so you can take out a mortgage on a new house, and like you're trying to make this like a career where you can have a nice lifestyle for yourself, you are going to have to make strategic business choices. And that is just a hard truth of this. Yes, you can flip around and do variety and play whatever you want and stream once a week this month and not at all the next month, and only 5 times, and every day for November, and then only on Christmas. And that's fine because you're having fun. Are you going to see a consistent subscriber count from that? Probably not. Are you going to see sponsorship and brand deals coming in from that? Probably not. Unless you have like an Instagram following or a TikTok following or something that allows you to freestyle your live stream schedule a little more. If you're building your brand out of live streaming, you have to treat it like a job. And that is something that I have learned personally for me. So I don't want, again, I'm going to reiterate, I do not want to push you into hustle culture, hustle every day. If you're not hustling, you're dying, or whatever. I don't know what the slogans are. But the more seriously I have taken this, the more lucrative it has become for me. Obviously, I'm not rolling in money or anything. I'm still living in my parents' spare bedroom. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying really hard to get myself into a position that I can get into my own house. That is the goal. And I feel like if I hit that level, then you're probably going to see here that me playing the game a little smarter, choosing okay, I'll give y'all another example, personal. I was playing a game called Spiritfarer, which is a beautiful, beautiful game. Gorgeous art, so sweet. It's about grief. It's just an absolutely lovely experience, and I highly recommend it. I stopped streaming it though. I got, I think, 4 days into streaming Spiritfarer, and my view count, which has been averaging between 40 and 70 viewers. The 70 comes from tarot streams, the 40 comes from Stardew Valley. If I sold out to doing tarot every single day, I would probably hit partner numbers by the end of 2021, which is 2 months from now. If I gave in to the tarot thing, it emotionally drains me, so that's why I have not done that, and I think that's better for me and my content overall. That's still a smart business choice, even though I'm not selling out to the most analytically profitable content that I create, right? Spiritfarer, on the other hand, my average view count dropped down to 25 to 30 viewers, which is half of what my viewership was. And the main reason behind that was because a lot of people came in, they saw me playing Spiritfarer, they thought it looked really good, and they wanted to play it themselves. And so they didn't want to tune into my streams because they didn't want to get the game spoiled for them. And I noticed that about the second stream in. I noticed I had 4 or 5 people coming in and saying, oh my God, this looks so good. I'm actually going to go buy it, and I don't want to watch anymore. I'll talk to you later. And my view count dwindled by the 4th time I streamed it to being 25 viewers. And I was like, I can't stream this anymore because this is tanking my average viewership now. Even though it's a beautiful game, and I've inspired a lot of people to get it. So what I learned from that is the first stream of it, introducing people to the game, was a really good thing for me, my brand, for me to experience, for my community to experience, introducing them to new content and giving them a new game to play. But then following up the playthrough of that was not a good idea. What I could have done to be smart is the people that were actually interested in watching my full playthrough of it continued to play it off stream and record my reactions and create a YouTube highlight reel of my playthrough of it. That would have been a smart business move. I just didn't have the time and energy to invest in editing an entire full playthrough because the game's like something like 60 hours to beat or something. Hi Tina, welcome in. Okay, I'm wondering if I should, let me see how far behind I am in questions. Because I don't want to skip questions from earlier in the stream, but I also want to pay attention to the people that are here currently. What are your thoughts on cameraless streaming? Cameraless streaming is very difficult to pull off, is what I will say. I see VTubing is a very good opportunity to still have an avatar on screen that people can connect to emotionally. We respond well to faces and emotions as humans, psychologically speaking. So if you could at least look into VTubing, that is something I would recommend doing, or a ping tuber, PNG tuber, which is not as expensive or intensive on your PC as VTubing. There are free options to doing VTubing stuff, but I would at least recommend having an avatar of some kind or a solid branding of some kind that people can connect to. Can I help you? I'm busy. You're unbelievable. Okay, well, it's toasty time. You know how it is. You're doing cameraless streaming and it's been going good so far, surprisingly. Latina, could you tell us a little bit, Latina, is it Fina? Probably it rhymes, right? That's a very cute name. Could you tell us a little bit more about your journey with cameraless streaming? As long as so if you're also doing cam streaming, another thing you're going to have to prioritize and really like pile into is your personality, your voice, and emoting. It's like being very like, oh my God, I can't believe we did this. Wow. Or like, oh, wow, that's so sad. Like, that wasn't a very good sad voice, was it? But like being very expressive with your voice so that you can connect with people in that way. If you don't want to have an avatar or a VTuber or anything, you're looking hella chubby. You're looking like a big girl now. Look at her. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be distracted by her, but she's looking a little chunky. Look at this little chunk right here. Toasty. She was skin and bones when I got her, so I'm glad to see her being a healthy little girl. Yeah, you're going to have to make sure that you're putting your personality out in different ways. I would still encourage you to be a streamer, even if you don't want to be on camera. You are going to have it easier if you were on camera, though. You are going to see better growth if you are physically on camera, no matter what you look like. I know a big thing that keeps people from wanting to be on webcam is they're worried they're too ugly, they're too fat, their gap tooth's going to get made fun of. People are going to make fun of their big nose or their acne or their lunch lady arms, whatever it is. Like, so I think that if you just push past that, you've got to push past that insecurity. Then you're going, I push past it every day, and I think a lot of people do. And I think that it's empowering for people to see humans that don't look like the typical Hollywood movie star. Do you know what I mean? I think that it's empowering to see an average human in a elevated platformed position as an entertainer online. So if your concern is something about your appearance, then I would work on pushing past that. But at the end of the day, some people want to protect their privacy, and it's really that simple. They don't want their face associated with the content. They're protecting their privacy. That's a whole different ballpark, and I would fully encourage you to do whatever you need to protect your security, privacy, and all of that kind of stuff. So I know, are you waking up or are you going to sleep? I'm camera shy, but I'm thinking of getting a webcam and facing your shyness. I think you'd be pleasantly surprised in the long run. She's looking like a whole loaf of pound cake. Toasty. What a baby. Okay, so Twinkie says, I think YouTube is better for these kinds of Q&As that are supplementary to the video content that you put out here already. If it was more like Twitch, which is more casual, it might be tougher. Yes. Let's see. Oh my god, what are you doing? What are you actually doing right now? I've spent my first payout on a microphone and it makes a world of difference. Let's see here. Oh, I think I've somehow looped around. I'm seeing some... Alright, I'm about to release you into the wild. I love you. Goodbye. You're being a weirdo right now. Here we go. Fossil Fox. If I missed a question between there and Fossil Fox, please just repost it in the chat and I'll circle back to it. I don't know how to submit a question. I've just felt stagnant sometimes, like progress has come to a halt, specifically with Twitch. How do I become more dégagé? Twinkie, you do have a lot to say, but you have a lot of really wonderful things to say. And I'd also recommend y'all check out Twinkie Talk's channel. I just highly enjoy Twinkie's content and Twinkie as a person. But Twinkie, if you want to link your YouTube channel in the chat, Twinkie does a lot of content about the YouTube algorithm, using tags on YouTube, how to title your YouTube. I learn a ton from Twinkie's videos. I learned how to put the chapters on my YouTube video descriptions from Twinkie. And there was something recently you put a video out, but I can't remember what it is for the life of me. It was a video you put out like 3 weeks ago. But anyway, if y'all want to learn some good YouTube stuff, definitely Twinkie is your friend. Okay, so Fossil Fox is feeling stagnant. I actually think this is a very relatable topic. I talk to a lot of smaller streamers that hit these walls, and I even go through this as well. I'm feeling pretty good about where I am right now, but I will say around March I felt a little stagnant. Let me switch faces real quick. So it wasn't the Twitter. Okay. Oh, Content Galaxy. There we go. Sorry. It's Twinkie's channel, Content Galaxy, not Twinkie Talks. My bad. I forgot. Oh, I can put the user in time. Okay. Focus. What do you do if you're feeling stagnant? Well, let me redirect this question to the chat. Has anybody in here already started streaming and you've hit moments where you feel stagnant? You feel like you're not seeing any growth and you almost feel like giving up or stopping streaming, like it's not meant for you. What I will say is I'm going to have a sip of water. My mouth is getting tacky. is that you probably need to take a step back. You probably need to stop streaming for a week or two, or maybe even a month. You need to take a break. It's not, I don't quite want to classify this as a burnout, because I think that word is used a lot incorrectly. But you're definitely needing to analyze. Y'all know I'm a fan of analysis, but you're needing to review, recap, reassess, and try to adjust what you're doing. Switch it up. That's a very simple way of putting it. Thank you, Lumpy. I was struggling around that. Switch it up. What is it that you're running into a wall about? Why are people not watching? Why are people not tuning in? Watch your own VOD. And I don't mean watch it for 5 minutes, skip around. I mean literally, like, maybe when you're cleaning your room or something, put your VOD up and watch it for an hour. Watch it for 2 hours. When do you feel, when you're watching your own video, that you're bored? When do you zone out and start thinking about something else in your head? When are you bored with your own content? Why? What made you bored with that content? Are you not making enough jokes? Have you been streaming Minecraft for 8 hours and it's just not entertaining to watch someone stream Minecraft for 8 hours? Or whatever it is. So when I hit walls, like Spiritfarer, I was stagnating on Spiritfarer. My numbers were dropping. I wasn't having high chat engagement, and I was starting, there were even moments of streaming the game where I didn't even know what to say about it, because it was kind of the same thing over and over again. And I sat down with myself and I talked with some of my mods about this, and a few people were sad. I was like, I'm just not going to stream Spiritfarer anymore. And they were like, oh, I was enjoying the playthrough. And I'm like, but half of my viewers, and even like my audience that hangs out with me in Discord, my most engaged viewers, are telling me that they're not watching the live stream. So I assessed, and I made a difficult decision, even though I loved the game and I wanted to give it viewership, because it's a game that deserves a lot more attention than it has. But I had to make the decision of what's better for the channel. What's better for the analytics? What's better for the growth, right? These are questions that you have to face, and your morals and your whatever is always going to be on the line when you're doing these. And you have to just kind of weigh the pros and cons and what's more important to you, right? Let's take a look at, Twinkie says that Content Galaxy guy looks cool. Let's see. I'm looking for some stuff that y'all have said in chat about the current topic, and then we're going to continue through for more questions. Carbon Lich says, I went from 5 to 10 viewers to like 1 or 2. Is there any information you could give us on why you think that happened, or any reflections that you have on your viewership dropping? Because that's significant. Let's say, I'm going to put us right in the middle of that. Let's say you went from an average of 8 viewers to an average of 2 viewers. Right? I don't actually know how to do percentages. I pulled my calculator out like I was going to calculate. Is it like, what percentage of 2 is, yeah, probably of 2 of 8, 25%. That's easy. Okay. You dropped down to 25% of what your viewership was. So you lost 75% of your viewership. That's very significant, right? Have you sort of reflected and analyzed on what might have happened there? Alexion says, I feel that way too quickly. It takes me about 3 weeks of no growth to feel like I shouldn't be trying. Alexion, to be honest and blunt with you, I'm going to just come down. I've been trying to go in order, but it takes me about 3 weeks of no growth to feel like I shouldn't be trying. 3 weeks of no growth is when you're going to start to finally see some growth. 3 weeks is getting situated and adjusted and starting to create that rapport with your already existing audience. If you've taken breaks, you come back and you're getting your already existing audience used to the idea of you being there regularly again. And about a month, I'd say between 3 and 6 weeks in, should be right around the month mark, you should start to be able to be solid enough that you're going to start pulling in new people from the categories you're streaming in. And then around, I'd say for me personally, I came back from a break in July, and we're in October now? July, I'm in a ballpark. I don't know this information for fact off the top of my head, but if I'm just kind of summarizing what I've experienced in the last few months, it was the end of July, start of August. August was my core community, the ones that stick with me through everything, the ones that stayed subscribed even though I wasn't streaming anymore. September, I started seeing people from my, like, people who had already followed me but forgot I existed because I stopped streaming be like, oh my gosh, wow, I haven't seen you live in so long, you're back. So they started realizing that I was streaming again about a month in. And then about 2 months in, I start pulling in a couple of new people from the categories. We start getting some new growth. And where I am now, 4 months in after my break, is last night in my stream specifically, my chat was mostly new community members from Stardew Valley, which is what I'm mainly playing. So I was my chat has now become majority new viewers as compared to the old community that I have. So I've now, it's taken me 4 months to get to where I'm generating a new audience from discoverability on Twitch through the categories I'm choosing. If that makes sense. So if you're giving up 3 weeks in, Elle, you're never going to see growth. Maybe that's harsh. Maybe that's like a harsh way to put it, but you have to give it time. Think about a plant. Think about putting a seed in the ground and you're like, oh, I've been watering this thing for some plants sprout the day after you put the seed in, but some seeds take a while. And if you just gave up on the little seed in there before it, like think about a tree, like an acorn, that's probably a good one, and the tree that it can grow into. The acorn takes a while because it's a hard shell on the outside that has to get soaked in and released so the seed can get planted in. The little roots start to get situated. The first sprout comes up and then it takes its time to bust through the soil. You might not even recognize it at first because there's so much overgrowth and weeds around that finally you start to see. You have to be patient. I hope that my obnoxious metaphor is helpful. You have to be patient. You have to nurture it. You have to cultivate it over time. 3 weeks is not long enough. It's just not. Period. I've had a lot of my friends that it's very frustrating to watch them do this, and I can't. There's been several of like real life friends of mine that I have not been able to push them past this 3 to 5 week period of they don't see enough growth in 3 weeks, so they just give up on it and they quit. They don't see enough growth in 5 weeks, they give up. And I'm like, will you please just look at what I'm not saying do what I do and I'm perfect and I do everything right, because I mess up, I fail, I just got rejected by Discord again. Like I'm not perfect, but I do think that I have built a steady platform for myself, and it has taken me 5 years. In the first year that I was building, I did have a small community, but I had to completely rebrand myself because I had built a toxic male community around me because of the way that I was dressing, the games that I was playing, and the topics I was discussing. And I did not enjoy it, so I had to completely flip my brand around and start over, right? No, we didn't get the Discord partnership. It's fine. I don't care. Okay, I do care. I'm sad about it. I'm just like, man, come on. What do you want from me? Anyway, I'm gonna move on to a new. Wait, I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. Let's see here. Okay. We did cameraless streaming from Devious Cookie. Love all your content. Hustler Kings, thank you for hanging out tonight. I'm glad we could help you. You've done a fantastic job with the offbeats. I know Marky Sparky isn't here anymore, but I appreciate hearing that. So Chris Tanner says, I'm streaming retro games, focusing on PlayStation 1 era. Any tips for variety streaming? I understand it's about more than the game, but I'm wondering if I should stream on YouTube instead of Twitch. There's so many of y'all questioning this right now. I feel like I should do a whole video on this. I'm going to write that down, actually. A video about YouTube versus Twitch, and I'm gonna do some deep research, and I'll have a nice little video put together with analytics and all the good stuff. Experiment. That's what I think my thesis boils down to is try it out, see if it works for you or not. It might work for some, it might not work for everybody. But as far as variety streaming, and you're saying retro games, go into the retro category. So if you're streaming like I think Silent Hill 1 counts as a retro game now, don't stream with the title or the game. Don't choose Silent Hill 1 as the game. Choose retro as the category, because retro has more visibility. Retro's its own whole category. So just I had one of my friends. She's absolutely incredible. She blew up because she's so stylish and cool looking, and so she's become more of a fashion model at this point. But she started out in retro games, retro games, and I watched her go from. I originally found her when she was at like 3 or 4 viewers in the retro category, and I watched her for a long time, and she grew just in the retro category, not with any other, not TikTok, not Instagram, nothing else, up to partner numbers. She got up to like 100 viewer average from retro because it's such a niche category. And then by building her platform in Twitch, she was able to launch the fashion modeling kind of stuff that she's doing now. Mercury and retro cream, God. So yeah, games and demos, as Breakfast at Noon is saying in chat, there's another category called games and demos. So if you're playing a game that has, like, search the game on Twitch before you go under that category and see how many people are watching it. If there's only one person, you, streaming that game, put yourself under games and demos instead, because there's a lot more people looking at that category. There's a lot more people live in that category. Same thing with retro. What classifies a game as retro? I want to say it's like 20 years old. How old does a game have to be considered retro? It needs to be at least 2 console generations old, says one answer. A rule of thumb, whatever generation you're currently on, and go back 2 generations or about 10 to 15 years. So retro games now would probably be anything that was made before about 2002, 2005-ish. Probably like very early 2000s. That's probably a good rule of thumb. So about 50, like subtract 15 years from the current year, and that's probably a good rule of thumb. It's got to hit the nostalgia hotspot. Yes. No way. You always ignore games and demos, as in you don't look at the category, or you ignore the option to tag it as that. Okay. I wonder if you know who that is. I could link you to her. I mean, I could let y'all know who she is. Her name's Rotten Poppy. ROTTENPAPI. She started as a retro streamer, and she's become a very successful alternative. I don't know that she's quite like that's her title is a model, but she seems like it to me. She does a lot of fashion, like fashion posts and stuff. But that's the example I'm using, or was just using. Okay. What else we got on the docket today? You were thinking it was Poppy? Yeah, Poppy is wonderful. She's a blessing. Okay. Let me see what else we got. Very late here. Gonna head off to bed. Good night, Margie Sparky. Squish Dish is here. Hello, Squish Dish. When your numbers are staying the same consistently, how long do you wait before deciding you need to adjust the way you're doing things? For me, maybe about 6 to 8 weeks. I think that after about 2 months is when I start to go, like, I'm starting to do this with my YouTube channel. I'm like, okay, it's been a couple of months and I'm still barely breaking 1,000 views in the first day if it's a good video. I'm not seeing a significant amount of a growth in this. So maybe I need to change this up and try a different approach, which is honestly the Valkyrie video, the series tracing success that I'm going to be starting with, that is an experiment for me in that direction. I'm like, okay, teaching people how to add captions to their stream and teaching people how to put a countdown on is not yielding the results that I would like to see. And I've had 2 to 3 months worth of data. I think I started posting regularly around July, mid-June to early July. And now I'm in October, maybe once a quarter. Look at it like a quarterly review. Think about business. Think about the CEOs in the top building with their little business suits and their briefcases. Well, where are the quarterly review statistics? Like every 3 months or so, every quarter, reflect on that. And if you're witchy like I am, maybe every solstice that rolls around. So we're pushing it on Samhain, October 31st. Maybe that's a good time to look back all the way up until or all the way back to what happened around the summer solstice and up. I love thinking seasonally like that personally. If you're more inclined to the months, you could just do the actual like the summer months. So like August, September, and October would be right. No, October, November, and December are the final quarter of the month. July, August, September. It's hard to go backwards. Should have done it the other way. January, February, March, first quarter. April, May, June. So when you get to the end of June, you would look back at all of April, all of May, and all of June and see what all happened in here, what games were standout games, what videos had the most views, which videos had the least views, which thumbnails seemed to have done better, which stream did you get the most subs in, or what was your peak sub count, how did that compare to quarter one. So, and if you're not seeing significant growth from quarter to quarter, so if you look at your average viewer count from January, February, and March, and you compare it to April, May, June's average viewer count, and you're not seeing at least a small, like, so you go from like 5 viewers to 7 viewers, that's good. You're seeing a little bit of growth. But if you're seeing 5 viewers and 5 viewers from one quarter to the next, you got to do some adjustment. You got to try a new game. You got to stream a different day. You got to up your stream schedule or decrease your stream schedule. You got to change something. Okay, we manifest in success, so mote it be, truly. Thoughts on whether one wants to rebrand. I'm very pro rebranding, to be honest. Punkmaster, if you are if you start to get the inkling or the consideration that you don't like your username and you don't like your logos and stuff like that, I'm about to do a rebrand. Actually, it's not going to be my username, but it's a color palette, and I'm going to redo all of my opening, starting soon screens. I mean, this is probably going to be still a couple months from now because I have a few commissions to wrap up, but rebranding the color palette that I use and all of the accompanying graphics that go along with my content, that to me feels like a rebrand because I'm freshening everything up, right? But a rebrand could also include fully changing your username. So the username change is a little bit more risky, difficult. Whenever you change your username, you're going to deal with people who don't realize that you've changed your username. They're still gonna, like, if I changed mine and people went to like YouTube/Hey Shady Lady and it's gone, they don't know what I changed to. They don't know how to find me. They don't know that my new username is Peachy Love Bunny. What was the username that I used? I still have I've got like a spot in my heart for Peachy Love Bunny. Like, I want her to be real. They don't know that I've changed to Peachy Love Bunny. They have no idea that that's where you find me now. And when they see Peachy Love Bunny pop up on their Twitter feed, they don't know it's me. They don't associate it with me. One of my friends, I don't mean to name drop so much in this, but I just feel like it helps. Strawberry Jinx is her name. She's an ASMR streamer was her name, sorry. She's an ASMR streamer on YouTube. Her username was Strawberry J1NX Jinx for the whole time I've known her, for like 4 or 5 years. And she, in the last year, has rebranded because she got Twitch partner, and so she was able to change to a new username, and she went with JINXY, just Jinxie. So Jinxie compared to Strawberry Jinx is a different username, but what she did for about, I would say, 6 months is she changed the first part of her username in Discord, on Twitter, and anywhere else that she could include that. So it said Jinxie, and then in parentheses it said Strawberry Jinx. So she associated her old brand name with her new brand name for a solid half of a year so that people would recognize when she was posting on Twitter. They would see the word Jinxie and they'd go, who's that? And then they'd look over, oh, it's Strawberry Jinx. Oh my gosh, okay. And then they would slowly start to associate, and then eventually she could just phase out that second part of the username so it just said Jinxie. And she didn't lose a chunk of her audience because they had no idea who the new username was. Strawberry Jinx versus Jinxie is close enough that I don't think that she would have struggled that much. But another example I could give is another one of my friends. She's a tarot streamer. Her name is Pisces Pixie. She did a brand change from Lucy Pie, LUCIEEPIE, Lucy Pie, to Pisces Pixie. Those are totally different words. You would have no idea that those were the same person at all. And she did a slow, gradual change as well to do that. So Gradual changing of your brand name, keeping it associated so that people can see the change, but go for that change if you're really feeling it. Don't keep yourself stuck in a username you don't actually like just because you're scared of losing that. And at the end of the day, if you lose some of the viewers or some of the followers because they don't recognize the new brand name, you'll get them back. Maybe not those particular people, but you will get viewers, you will get numbers back, you'll get the followers back over time if you continue to push this new brand. So don't let that prevent you from making a pivotal important change that you need to your branding and persona, your identity, whatever it is. Okay. Okay, so Twinkie earlier, Content Galaxy, was talking about the tool that lets you pick games. It takes your average view count and shows you the games right now that you would appear in the top 10 in. Did you post the link? I'm not even seeing it. Let's see. I worry that trying to be in the top row as someone with less than 10 viewers, I won't have any room to grow. I wouldn't worry about being in the top row as someone with less than 10 viewers. I would worry about being in that 1-2 scroll. So in like the top 8 rows or so. I would try to prioritize that personally. If you're someone who's between 1 and 5 viewers, I wouldn't worry too hard about that at all, about any of it, about the 1-2 scroll, about the top row, about discoverability. What I would worry more about I would even say between 1 and 10 viewers, maybe even up to 1 and 15 viewers. What I would worry more about at that level is networking on other platforms and showing what you have to offer. And getting your name out there, whether that's in Facebook groups for Twitch, Discord communities that are built for Twitch streamers, Instagram under the specific hashtags for streamers, Twitter, not using hashtags, but using keywords to be found in the keyword search and replying and networking in proper ways on Twitter, and things like that. I would worry more about networking at the level of 1 to 15 viewers. Personally, that is the advice I would give. That is how I grew. I was active in Facebook groups for Twitch streamers. I was active in Discord communities for Twitch streamers. And I had my friends, my personal friends that would hang out in my stream that helped me have 1 to 3 viewers at the very beginning. And I just slowly built up that way, and I built authority I don't know, I built authority as someone worth watching and listening to a certain degree. I don't want to sound cocky about it, but and I innovated, I experimented, I did podcasting, I did collaborative game streams, I did YouTube videos, I was active on Twitter, I was active in Discord, I was hanging out in other people's streams, I was raiding, I was hosting, I was getting my name out there. Okay, there's the link. I guess only mods can post links. Okay, interesting. So the link is posted in chat right now from Lumpy Shinobi. That is the tool that Twinkie has designed. It's twitch-game-picker.web.app, and this will analyze your Twitch data and spit out a list of games that you would be in the top 10 of when you play it. But again, you still need to make sure that you're playing what you want to play and not just choosing whatever's popular, because you want to make sure that you actually enjoy what you're doing, because the viewer can tell if you actually like the game or not, or if you're playing it out of obligation. And if you're playing stuff out of obligation, the audience doesn't like it and they're not going to stick around. Okay. So Carbon Lich was talking about we were talking earlier about Carbon Lich going from 10 average viewers down to 2 average viewers. And they said, I went from being very happy at getting any number of viewers and started getting much less talkative in your streams. So we definitely want to make sure that we don't do a lot of dead air over time. And if you start to feel like you're not engaged in your own content or enthusiastic about expressing and sharing, I follow a couple of my friends like this who I've known them for years, and they've always been at 5 viewers or less. And when I go in their streams, they're still sitting there and they're not talking. And try as I might to gently nudge them, and it's not just they're doing it for a hobby. They do want to grow, because I've had conversations with them about it. But they just don't change. They don't evolve. They don't adjust. I would even say it doesn't have to be like fully changing yourself, but they don't adjust And kind of like, it's like sailing as well. I don't know anything about sailing, but when you notice you're drifting in this direction, you have to like change something on the little sails to make you go this way. You have to constantly be adjusting to compensate for the wind direction and all of this kind of stuff. It's the same thing with streaming, or content creation in general, not just streaming. You know, I'm impatient. Yeah, I think Alexion, a big thing for you is self-doubt. I would love Alexion to actually, I'll DM you. I don't want to put you on the spot live. I'll DM you. Or if I don't DM you, remind me to DM you. Can I just ask how you are today, though? I don't know how I am today. I haven't really had time to think yet. I don't think. I slept in super late. I started watching, this will give me a second to catch my breath a little bit, actually. I started watching Squid Game last night. Have y'all seen it? It's graphic and violent, but I really enjoyed it. I really liked it. I'm on episode 2. It actually made me cry, though, because I'm an emotional something or other right now. I don't know what's going on with me hormonally, but I've been ready to cry at everything. And it was just watching these people. It's such an if you don't know what it is, it's a Korean show on Netflix. And it is about a bunch of impoverished people that are super in debt, that are brought in to participate in a really I don't want to call it gross, but a really bizarre game. 457 people are brought in, and they compete in games. They're children games like red light, green light, and you know, little games like that. And they get eliminated, like literally killed. If that's not, that's in the trailer, so I don't think that I'm spoiling. And I've only seen episode 2, so I'm not gonna have like deep spoilers for y'all. But there's a lot of death that comes from it, and they don't, so it's almost like Battle Royale. It's almost like the Hunger Games. It's got the same kind of dystopic feel to it. But I was literally crying at certain parts of it, because it was watching these people decide between going back to their life of being poor or possibly dying for the sake of maybe winning some money. Like, it really just like hurt my soul, because it's so deeply relatable of like, what would you do anyway. I'm gonna be watching more of it tonight, so that's our little intermission. Now we'll continue with our normal questions. Everyone who tells me to watch it says they cried. This is why I don't think I haven't gotten to the end of it. Oh, I can imagine. I've already got my speculations on what the final episode is going to be, or what the final like game. There's 6 different games they do. I already have my speculations of what's going to happen because of the first 3 minutes of the first episode and what they show us with the Squid Game and what I feel like it's going to escalate to by the end. I cried not because anything sad happened with the characters, Twinkie. I cried at just the concept and how terrible our world is, I think. I also cried watching Les Miserables. I'd never seen it until a couple months ago, for the same reason, where I'm just watching the French Revolution, or like a fictionalized dramatization of the French Revolution, and all of the French people rising up against the government because they're poor, and the prison system is awful, and just watching it thinking like, God, nothing has changed. But okay. I'm just sad at the state of the world. That's all. Okay, back to our original questions. Let's see here. Twinkie says, when you're starting out, you're going to have to get used to streaming to no one for at least a month, or having people pop in and out. I remember it took me 4 months to actually have a consistent chat. I agree with this. You might have someone show up in the first 15 minutes of your stream and talk to you for 15 or 20 minutes, but then they're going to dip out, and they've said hi and they're gone. And now you have a dead chat for an hour. What are you going to do for that hour? You still need to be live in case your fishing hook catches a new fish out of the directory and they come in and they subscribe to your channel that day. Don't overstream. I would say for smaller streamers, I love this, the 3-3 rule. 3 days a week, 3 hours at a time. That's a really good way to get started. Hi, that creative girl. Welcome in. Yeah, but you're going to have to be patient in the beginning. We have a question from Mimella that says, what was the moment you felt ready? How did you prepare to say, okay, I'm pressing stream now, and then just did it? Stardew Valley was released. And I said, I'm not going to play Stardew Valley unless I'm live streaming it. I've been waiting for Stardew for a couple of years. I've been following it on Tumblr. And I started streaming the day Stardew Valley was released. So when a game that I was excited about got launched, I said, "This is it." Like, I had my webcam, I had my computer, I had the minimal equipment. I had a Blue Yeti. All of these things I had acquired over the last 6 months. I was like slowly prepping myself to do content creation, and it was a cheap webcam. The Blue Yeti was from my friend. The PC was my going out gift when I rage quit my big fancy office job, and I spent all of my money on a pre-built PC from Best Buy. And then about 6 months after all of that, the equipment was acquired, I was like tiptoeing. I wasn't really planning on streaming on Twitch. I started out doing YouTube, and then I just decided when I got Stardew Valley, I'm gonna start live streaming this. Let's go. And you were lucky you never had to stream to 0 viewers. Hi, Natsuja. Hi, Turin. Welcome in. So I think that if you don't have something like I do where it's Stardew Valley and it's just like, okay, when Stardew comes out or when this game comes out, I'll go live. I think one day you just need to wake up and say, let's go. I'm doing it today. Whatever. It doesn't matter. And then go live. And your first time streaming, you don't even have to stream that long. Just get it out of the way. And this goes for people that take long-term breaks as well. If you're like, when I'm gone for like 6 months, I will psych myself out about that comeback stream, the return stream, and think it has to be some big production. I have to do my makeup all nice. I have to, I have to say where I've been. And then I'll psych myself out and I'll put it off in a week or two, another month will go by. And at some point I just have to say, I'm doing it. Let's go live and just get it over. Get it over with. Rip the Band-Aid off. Let's go. And as soon as you get that first stream out of the way, only stream for an hour. Just go live for an hour and then end the stream. You don't have to stream for a long time. It'll pull the Band-Aid off. You're over the hump, and then it's not that deep. It's not that serious anymore. And you're like, okay, that was easy. I got it done. It's over. And then tomorrow you can go live without all that stress and anxiety of, oh, it's my first stream and I got to do everything right. Like, you can remove that anxiety by just pulling the Band-Aid off and getting it done, making it a short stream, having it be over with. Okay, let's continue on. I see a bunch of good questions right here. I'm going to try to get through still the list. I've had viewers come in, says Meal, and say that the way they choose new streamers to watch is by looking at how many viewers they have. It's an unfortunate truth. There's a psychological phrase for this. I think it's called social proof. I think everyone can relate to this. If you see someone who's got 500 viewers, okay, let's say they're your friend. Like, if I logged in and I saw Twinkie Talks was at 500 viewers on Twitch, I would go, whoa, wow, what's Twinkie doing? Like, everyone's supporting it. What's going on? Because there's social proof that what he's doing is impressive, right? So people will click. I have this happen when I get raids from my friends that will push me up around 100 viewers or a little over 100. I'll see a lot of usernames that I never see. unless I'm not trying to be shady, but they'll come in if I'm between 100 and 150 viewers, which is very rare for me, and it's usually because I've gotten rated from one of my my friends who are Warframe content creators, and they'll come in and they'll be like, oh wow, it's popping over here today, what's going on? And then they'll disappear after 10 minutes, and they're just kind of coming in to scope it out, maybe like suss out a little shout out, and then leave. Like, I am being totally shady at the spoiler, sorry. But it's people care when there's a high view count. The same thing happens on Instagram. Oh, this person has 30,000 followers and all their pictures get 1,000 likes. They must be good. I'm going to follow them. Oh, this streamer has 200 viewers. They're partnered, and look at all these subscribers they're getting. They must be good. I'm going to follow them. This even happens like the more my numbers grow on YouTube, and I'm at like 25,000 subscribers or something now, and the number is meaningless to me because it doesn't translate in other ways. But people see these numbers they see the 50 viewership. I think that I've just pushed past small streamer into that medium streamer area, and I'm starting to get treated differently. I could make a video discussing this because I find it very interesting. But I think that there's a whole psychological thing that goes in here. The social proof thing of like, this person has a high viewer count, this has got 3,000 likes on it, so it must be good. That comes into play, and it will encourage people to follow or subscribe just based purely on superficial metrics. And I don't think that you should let this stand in your way of creating. Because again, you never know when your shit's gonna, sorry, I don't mean to cuss so much this stream. You never know when your content is going to pop off. You never know when you're going to be the person like, oh wow, you got the speaking of which, you got the random raid that put you at 200 viewers or whatever. And like the random time I got raided by Tyler Oakley a couple months ago because I was streaming Donkey Kong. And it was just like, wow, I just like landed in the lottery today. He wasn't following my content. He found me through the retro category, right? And because I was using an LGBTQ tag. So it was specifically because of ways that I had like networked my content out. I got a random luck of the draw, like wow moment. And you never know when you're going to be opening yourself up for the possibility of that wow moment happening to you. Yeah, I literally like broke my brain, Alexion. I was like, wait a second. Hold on. Still haven't answered, by the way. Oh, I didn't realize there was a question, Carbon Lich. My bad. Cupcakes or muffins? Muffins. I like chocolate muffins. They're good. My bad. I thought it was a joke about Toasty because it was right when Toasty was on the screen. Okay. Let's see here. New question. Hey dude, love your content and explanation of Twitch stuff. Thank you, J Diaz. I appreciate it. I'm glad I could help out. Alexion says it's all negative self-talk. I doubt my content, which in turn makes it worse, and then I get frustrated with myself and break down. We're going to come back to this because I saw a perfectionist question that we're going to touch on here in a second. You're playing Animal Crossing and you don't know if you can handle Stardew? You should stick with Animal Crossing then. I mean, I think either way, the sandbox category on Twitch has a very tight-knit, lovely community. So even if you stick with Animal Crossing, make sure you're networking with other Animal Crossing streamers, and you should be set. But you could also befriend Stardew streamers, Minecraft streamers, My Time at Portia streamers, other people in the sandbox category. I will get raids I raid people. If I'm playing Stardew, I'll raid an Animal Crossing streamer, or I'll raid someone else who's doing a very sweet, wholesome kind of sandbox vibe because it matches the vibes of what we're already doing. Okay. Let's see here. Inching up to your 2-year stream anniversary, and I wonder where I'd be if I would have put my all into it. Look, we gotta have a whole conversation because I'm inching on my 6-year stream anniversary and I'm still not a Twitch partner, okay? I could play this game with you. It's not healthy. It's not gonna help you, all right? Don't put yourself in this mental downward spiral of like, and maybe just use it as a lesson. I mean, it's a lot like weight loss. Like how much weight would I have lost if I had committed to walking a mile every day when I said I was going to a year ago? And instead I pushed it off and I pushed it off and I pushed it off. And now I've only been doing it for a month, but I've lost 10 pounds, right? So now, yeah, I do have that question of like, God, maybe I would have lost 50 pounds if I started last year, but I didn't start last year. And I'm here now. I'm where I am now. I started 4 weeks ago and that's good enough. Okay? I got started. I took the step and I'm moving forward and I'm seeing progress. Continue on. Do not let these what ifs, what if I was this, what if I had done that, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Don't literally just start pulling it out of bat it away, slap it away. Be lucid in your thoughts. This is meditative and all of this kind of stuff, but start watching your thoughts and analyze and categorize what that thought is. I had a conversation with my friend earlier. I won't expose, but I want to talk about some of the specifics of the conversation. I won't expose because it's a whatever, but I want to key in on, it's someone who was having trouble deciding if they wanted to advertise that they have a Patreon. And they're saying, I don't want to advertise it because I don't think people are interested. I said, I think this is imposter syndrome keeping you from advocating for yourself and your Patreon. They said, I don't feel, let's see, I try to keep my content level as good as it can be. But I ask myself, why would someone want to pay $2 to see me talk? and I put in all caps, imposter syndrome. Shut that shit down. That is what imposter syndrome looks like. Why would someone want to pay to watch me talk? Why would someone want to watch my live stream? Why would someone want to like my Instagram picture? That is the imposter syndrome. That is the negative self-talk that you have to notice when it happens. As soon as something comes in that's like, why would anybody care about what I have to say? You have to be able to look at that and like third party overview, look down on your own brain and say, oh, look, they're doing that thing where they think they're not good enough again. Oh, look, my brain is thinking I'm not good enough again, or I'm having thoughts of not being good enough again. That's funny. Haha. Brush it aside and just push right past it. Okay. Okay. Nico, I don't recognize the username. Let me see really quick. Twitch Nico. Let me see if it's, okay. I was wondering if it was her. She'll be a very specific example. Because she went viral from TikTok. I think that she could be interesting to cover. I want to try to do someone a little bit. She reminds me a lot of Valkyrie's growth path. So I want to try to cover someone who's a little bit different from that. But I think that Nico, she's I remember her going viral from the Bernie Sanders t-shirt, and like she's very adorable and like little like TikTok dances and stuff. So that's a very specific, I think that she would be interesting to analyze, but I think that it's going to be a not fully replicable for the average person. I think that a lot of her success is very specific to how adorable she is, to put it bluntly, and her charisma and personality. She's the triple threat. She's got the whole pizzazz, the full package. But I think that she would be interesting to analyze. But I think this one we're going to do in October, I'm going to focus on a camless, probably a camless Minecraft streamer, possibly someone in the Dream SMP. I don't know much about that group of people or anything, but it's been requested, and I think that would probably be a good direction to go in. Okay. Do you have any tips for musicians trying to start out on Twitch? Musicians are very supported by Twitch on the background right now. I see music getting on the front page a lot more often than it used to. A good thing that you could do that I think works really well is taking song requests. So having like a list that people can choose from, like sub-only song requests. So if you subscribe, you can request I play one of these songs, or like 100 bits to pick a song out of my song request list. Making it interactive in some way, and bringing in audience engagement or audience interaction in some way. That would be my first thing that I would tell a musician. Yeah, I think that's the best bet. I've not done music. I do play not well, but I do play music. I think that if I was going to do it, like I'm looking at my ukulele right up there. I have a kalimba as well. I do very like ooh cute instruments, but I think that to make that a successful stream, I would have songs prepared ahead of time that I already knew how to play, that I just wanted to share, and then possibly allow like 1 or 2 requests by the end of it. And make sure that you're constantly learning new songs so that it doesn't become the same 5 songs every music stream. I think that would be my most practical advice for a music streamer. Okay. An analysis on YouTube versus Twitch streaming. And y'all said Nico as well. That could possibly be a November video, but I might even push her to like a December. We'll see. We'll see. I will consider that. All right. Sorry, I'm scrolling through looking for a new question. I removed games and demos because I didn't get views like usual, and I realized it was because I was under games and demos. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting then. I don't often stream under games and demos. I only use it when I'm playing some kind of indie title that has absolutely no viewership on Twitch. Like literally, like I would be the only person in the category. That's the only time I use games and demos. I don't use it very often. It doesn't have, generally speaking, it doesn't have a high viewership on the category in the first place. I would rather go in the retro category than games and demos. Let's see here. I came across your channel recently when was wanting to get ideas about Twitch etiquette as creators, so I can give it a shot at DJing. Your video from around a year ago was very helpful. I'm glad to hear that. DJing is so much fun to watch on Twitch. That's very fun to watch on Twitch. How do you handle being a perfectionist in content creation, says Alexion. I'm really struggling with it now. Oh, Nexus Box, welcome in. Nexus Box, welcome in. Thank you. I'm glad that they are helpful. So how do you handle being a perfectionist in content creation? It's kind of the same as like not wanting to go live that first time. You just have to do it. There's a lot of times, I can't tell y'all how much video footage I have on my hard drive that is like 2-3 years old that has never seen the light of the day. I literally recorded a video a year ago about how to mod Stardew Valley, and I never edited it because I didn't feel like the video was like I didn't shoot it well enough, and I rambled too much and blah blah blah, and I you know, hyper analyzed it. But modding Stardew Valley became very trendy. And I probably would have gotten a pretty good viewership on that video if I had just sucked it up and pushed it out. Just doing it. I don't know how else to say it besides that. Like sometimes you just gotta do it. You just gotta to suck it up, post it, jump over the hurdle, get out of your own way. Unfortunately, so perfectionism in general, this is when people will also not go live unless they have a $200 ring light, a $1,000 microphone, a $3,000 PC, and a stream deck, and all of the other bells and whistles. And then they just, by the time they get all of this stuff, hi Nimsha, welcome in. Anna, hello, welcome in. By the time they get all of this stuff, maybe a new stream deck is out, and the stream deck that they had bought 3 months ago is outdated. So now they're like, well, I can't go live because now I've got to get the new stream deck. And then by the time they get that new stream deck, their ring light broke and they have to get, so it's like, if you sit there and you continue to put hurdles in your own way, you're never going to be at the level that you want to be. You're just not. You have to stop doing that to yourself. I don't know how to say this nicely or gently or simply. No, I can't say it simply. Just do it. Like, quit getting in your own way. That's a simple way to say it. I think perfectionism also comes in a lot with like certain mental health struggles. So I don't think it's always an easy answer for everybody. But I would definitely start, if you know that perfectionism is one of the like character flaws that is preventing you from making content how you want to, then I would start researching it. I would start, this is my approach. Gemini stellium though, I love information, but I would start researching perfectionism. I would see if it had to do with any of the mental health stuff that I was dealing with, or like ADHD is one thing that's coming to my brain, since I struggle with that personally. I would probably look into how that was playing in with it, see if there were coping strategies or mechanisms, maybe on some Reddit threads or some Facebook groups. OCD as well, yes. I would start looking for social groups that not necessarily that I have to participate in, but that I can observe and learn coping strategies and other lessons from people who have experienced that. I would look for resources online of social forums of people discussing how they have dealt with it. It might not be 1,000% related to streaming, but I would at least try to hone in on where that perfectionism was intersecting with other areas of me, and see how other people have coped in the past. With maybe novelists talk about it, or maybe someone talks about how they can't put together a cookbook they've always wanted to, or, you know, there's all kinds of ways that I think that this same topic here, the perfectionism of creating, the artistic perfectionism, could be discussed. That's not specific to streaming, but still very relevant to the streamer struggle. The simple answer is to just stop obsessing over every tiny pixel. And Elle, I know you're very aesthetic. You're very much focused on your makeup and stuff like I am. Going live without your makeup one time can help. Going live without an overlay one time can help. And just seeing that people still like you, people still love your content. They don't care if your hair's in a cute style. They don't care. And I know that speaking in terms of beauty or makeup and fashion is not relevant for everybody that might be listening. But the same thing could be applied to, well, my webcam frame isn't done yet, or I don't have my alert box finished yet. Like, at the end of the day, you being on camera and talking and expressing and reviewing the video game or reacting to the video game is way more important than whether or not your your alert pops up when someone follows. Like, having the bells and whistles is all fine and good, but at the end of the day, it is not what the content is focused around. Okay. Sapphire, I think is how we say it. Sapphire Nicholas. I stream a bit late, so usually on my stream I'm very tired and I don't manage to do 5 hours of streaming. I give up. I don't like that you say that. I give up at 3 hours or 2.5 hours, which doesn't allow many people to join. I don't think that's giving up. I think that 2 to 3 hours is an awesome achievement for streaming. Sometimes 3 hours is all I can manage as well. I like to shoot for between 3 and 5 hours if I can, but if I hit the 2.5 to 3 hour mark, and I'm really just running out of air, running out of energy, and I'm starting to get that anxiety creeping in. It happened to me the other day, literally last week when I was doing a planner stream, and I even surprised one of my mods because I was like, okay, I'm going to stop streaming. And I was only 2 hours in, and it surprised Lumpy. It's like, I remember Lumpy having a shocked reaction when I said that. And I was like, I had gotten in my head anxiety wise, and I also underestimated the project that I was trying to attempt. And I wanted to approach. I wanted to do a different approach to the stream. So I just ended my stream that night, and I didn't beat myself up over it. I did for about 15 minutes. And then I reached out to someone I cared about, who cares about me, and kind of went over my little insecurities, and they gave me a little pat on the back and were like, stop beating yourself up. You still streamed for 2 hours. So find yourself a nice support group of some kind, whether it's your friend, your significant other, a family member, a sibling, another streamer that you've become close to. If this I give up, I'm specifically focusing on the use of the word give up there, but finding a support system of some kind, like in my example where I stopped streaming after 2 hours and I felt bad because I'm like, I should have streamed longer, la la la. Having someone say, hey, look, you still did a good job. You still did 2 hours. You didn't even have to go live at all tonight, and you still did that. That's something, good job. Like, and if you don't have anyone do that for yourself. Write a little note for yourself, like literally that says something like, at least you went live, or something, at least you tried, I don't know, like something motivational in some way that will help ground you when your mind starts to drift with that negative self-talk. Now, as far as the analytic side of this, not the emotional side, as far as the analytic side of up to 5 hour streaming, allowing more discoverability on the platform. Another manifestation of perfectionism. You're 1,000% right, Bren. 1,000% right. Maybe you could compromise with yourself here. If I was in your shoes and I was streaming, I'm going to say 3 days a week, and I was trying to stream 5 hours at a time for those 3 days a week, but I was only managing to do 2.5 or 3 hours, I would try to do only 1 day out of the 3 days as a 5 hour stream. And I would try to find a way to make me want to be live for 5 hours. I can give a personal example of Subnautica. Was a video game that I could not put down. That game, it triggered my obsessive, cannot stop, I'll play this for 12 hours in a row and I don't even realize how much time is passing. So maybe on this day that you're shooting for a 5 hour stream, specifically save a game or an art project or whatever it is that you happen to stream, specifically save that content for that day, so that you can binge create that content that day. This is the day you're shooting for 5 hours, so let me only play Subnautica on the Saturdays that I'm trying to do a 5 hour stream, and on Monday and Wednesday when I know that I'm working my part-time job or whatever else and I don't have the energy to do 5 hours, then I'll do the game that is something that's more, I can only do it in bursts of, so like a Resident Evil or whatever. I don't usually like to play it for more than a couple hours at a time. So streamer motivational posters, I need to get in on this. So strategically putting content on. This is also like what I'm doing right now with my fitness. I know I keep relating stuff to fitness, but that's the big focus of my life right now. Instead of me telling myself I'm going to walk let's say I'm going to walk a mile every single day. Every day. 30 days out of the month I'm going to walk a mile. That's so, I'm like, oh, it exhausts me just thinking about it, because it's like I never get a day off. So instead of starting there, what I've started with is 4 days a week. And I'm not beating myself up if I don't hit the 4 days a week, because I'm still looking at it, and I'm looking and I'm flipping back to August, and I'm seeing 0 days walked. Is August the right? Yeah, 0 days walked. How do you say my face doesn't match my face unlock on my, sorry. I look back to August, I see that I've walked 0 days, and then I skip forward to September, and I see that I walked four whole days out of the whole month of September or whatever. And then I skip into October, and I see that I've walked 4 days a week in September. And I'm like, oh my God, look at this progress. In August, I didn't walk at all. In September, I did it once a week. In October, I've gotten up to 4 times a week. And my goal is 6 times a week right now for my doctor, right? So maybe in November, I can push up to 5 days a week or 6 days a week. And then maybe by the time the spring rolls around next year, I'll be loving this so much that I start to miss it. If I don't get out and walk, then now I'm naturally wanting to walk every single day, like take a mile walk outside every single day. So my voice is starting to go out, sorry. So maybe the same thing could be applied with streaming. I want to stream 4 days a week, but it's so much work and effort when you're getting started, especially when you don't have the payoff of a high viewer count or an engaged chat. You could just get yourself started with 1 day a week so that you're getting your foot in the door, and then a month goes by, and then you're like, okay, let's up this to 2 days a week or 3 days a week. And then just keep them at 2-hour streams, 3-hour streams. Don't be focused on the metrics. Stay focused on getting yourself into the habit and pattern of streaming regularly. This is more the main focus, is creating the foundation for you to do it in regular intervals full time. And then as you start to up the time that you're online and the amount of days that you stream, then you'll start to see the growth in viewer count and stuff like that. So taking it a step at a time, setting yourself small goals, and slowly increasing that over time as you're starting to be able to consistently hit the small goals that you've set in the first place. Hits hydrate. Yeah, good call. Honestly, I think so. OG Center here is talking about their username Squishdush. I think Squishdush is cute. I think it stands out. I think it's marketable. I think it's unique. The only thing that I would see you running into an issue with, one, I heard it when we rated someone the other night and they didn't know how to pronounce your name. And two, I think that your name might be a little difficult for some people to spell properly, and they might give up if they can't get it the first or the second time that they try to find you. But I wouldn't spiral about it. Just slowly brainstorm over time. Keep yourself a little notebook next to your desk, and every time you run across a word that you like, jot that word down, and don't put pressure on yourself to make a username. Just be like, yeah, I like the word muffin. That's a cute word. And then maybe 3 days from now, you see someone's username has the word like jelly. Why am I thinking about food? I haven't eaten dinner. Okay. Why did I actually write muffin and jelly down? But you write down these words that you like over a long period of time, and then you sort of start to try to like incorporate them together and see if you can come up with a username in that way. Okay. I live with my family. We're back to Sapphire Nicholas. I live with my family, so it's loud in the morning, but should I stream earlier just so I can stream for longer? This is a difficult question to answer, to be honest. Is your family's voices going to be on the stream, and is that something that would be exposing personal details of your life or embarrassing for you or them to know that they're being broadcasted? Sometimes I think that my stream can hear my family talking if I'm streaming at dinner time. The only thing that I keep into consideration is, will I be preventing someone from sleeping, or will I be waking someone up too early if I'm vocalizing? Because my brother and I share a wall here, and if I stream past about 3 a.m., he's gone to sleep, and he can't sleep sometimes because of the volume of me talking to the stream. So that's the main thing that I keep, is what I'm doing back here preventing someone else from disrupting the peace of somebody else, if that makes sense. So I that's the best way I could answer this. I have no idea what the dynamic of your family is or anything like that, so this is a very difficult question to answer, to be honest. And if it has something to do with you being like embarrassed of them hearing you talk out loud, I see this a lot too as well. People are like, I don't want everyone in my house overhearing what I'm saying on my stream. Oh boy, you're gonna have to get past that hurdle. That's definitely a self-consciousness and doubt thing. And when I first started streaming, I was definitely like, they're making fun of me, like they think I sound stupid, like I'm saying dumb things. And then I don't even think about it anymore. I literally I don't even, I know they can hear me, but I know they've seen my videos, and I know they know what I'm doing. I know I'm having conversations with real humans. It does not phase me because I've been doing it for so long, and I've gotten into such a lifestyle around this that it doesn't make, to me, it's more funny to me and laughable to me that someone would think this was funny. I'm like, what? You think this is weird? That's weird. You're weird for thinking this is weird. My whole mind has shifted entirely around that because I pushed myself through the self-doubt hurdle of it, right? Okay. Stay true to your personality and aesthetics and growth, says Tina. I agree. I don't know, I'm not a streamer, but you're right on the mark with that. Yeah. What makes a good tutorial video? Wow, that's where did it go? What makes a good tutorial video? When I'm picking out tutorial videos, I focus on things that people have actually asked me to make because I know there's already an audience ready for that content. Sometimes the audience doesn't know what they want. So there's been times that I've been requested to make certain videos in the past, and then they get to next to no viewership. And I'm like, why did y'all ask me to make this if you're not going to watch it? And then I'll make a video that nobody asked for that I just feel like people need to know. And it pops off. The how to talk to yourself when no one is there video is an example of that. Nobody asked me to make that video, but I saw a hole, I saw a lack, I saw an area that people did not know how to fix, and so I addressed that need. Now, if you don't have an audience that's here to ask you tutorial video, like to request tutorial videos, do some good old-fashioned market research and go into other content creators who make similar content to what you're wanting to make, and scroll through their comments and just see if you see any questions in there that are like, hey, could you help me figure out how to add a widget, a start, the follow alert to my stream. I don't know how to do that. And you think to yourself like, oh, I know how to do that. I could do that. And then you pull that in. And you, find the gaps and fill the gaps. If you don't have an audience that's ready to ask you for requests, then go search out the market that you're trying to come in on and create tutorials for, and research what people are asking for and what people are needing. Okay. Let's see. Oh, if you like Squid Games, I suggest Alice in Borderland. I've never heard of this one. I've seen Battle Royale quite a bit. I love Battle Royale. I've also read the novel and read all of the manga. It's one of my favorite series of all time. So Geekish Senpai says, I'm making a beach shark overlay so it can match the theme of my avatar. What tips do you have for creating an overlay? What's important to have? This varies from person to person depending on what you want to have on screen. Like for me, I've lately become more of a minimalist creator when it comes to my gaming overlays. I don't think that my gaming screen is going to look very nice right now, but I'm going to switch to it. This is normally a green screened camera. I don't have my green screen up, but you can see I just have my captions up in the corner. I have a small thing on the bottom in the corner that says mod list that is just telling people how they can view the links for my mods in Stardew Valley. And then it's a green screen camera, and it's mostly just a widescreen game. I also have, let's see, this one. This was an old gaming overlay that I was using where you can see there's a border around it. The gaming screen is smaller. My webcam covers up a good chunk of the game screen. I've got my bit jar. On the far side over there is an event list. And in the center is obviously where the game goes. Hero is more focused on aesthetic and style and fashion. And I've just... Is the audio even on this one? Okay, some of my scenes don't have the mic on anymore. Over time, let me come back over here. Over time, I've just decided that I prefer the cleaner look to a gaming overlay. But that being said, my just chatting scene is busy as hell. This is also normally green screened, so I'm just going to invisible my camera for a second. You can see at the top, there's like my username with my social media links, the almighty gift subber with all of the like new bits, new follower, new donation, etc., etc. We've got my captions up here. We've got a little animated picture of one of my favorite anime characters. We've got a chat box. I've got all the bells and whistles on this scene specifically, but my gaming scene I keep clean. So it's up to you what you want to prioritize. I will say whatever you put on screen is going to create conversation around that. And it will also incentivize certain behaviors. My little witch isn't working because I changed my Twitch password. Ignore her. So if I have these things, like you can see I have my almighty gift subber up here. This is going to show people what I am celebrating the most, which should hopefully encourage people to do that more. I want to encourage gift subscribing on my channel more than anything else. So I've elevated that to the top of the screen and shown that this is the best. This is the almighty gift subber. Don't you want to be the almighty gift subber, right? Like whatever you put on screen is going to incentivize people to try to interact with that in whatever way. Some people don't like, I keep my username up here with what social media I'm using so that people can find me everywhere and they know that I use those platforms. But some people might find, and I would totally understand if some people found this scene tacky, busy, crowded, and obnoxious looking. I totally understand that, which is why wow, this is not that's not the right scene at all. Which is why my gaming screen is so much cleaner, because here we're focused on the game, right? Okay. So it's up to you. It's up to you what you put on screen, but you said the question was, what is important to have? What do you find important to have? I like to have my username with the social media links up on it so people know where they can find me. I think that's always a good idea. Plus, you never know if someone's going to clip your stream and share it in Reddit and then people don't know what username to find you at. I think this is just kind of a safe bet. I really don't think it's necessary to have the little boxes that say new follower, new subscriber, new etc. But if I was only going to have one up, I would probably choose new subscriber, because I feel like that one's the most worth celebrating, and I'd like to incentivize subscriptions because I am trying to put some money, money, but trying to put food on my table, trying to be able to pay my bills. So I would like to show that I am incentivizing this behavior, and this is what really means a lot to me right now. The same thing goes with having a donation goal up on screen. Your community has no idea that you're trying to fundraise for something unless it's visible to them. So if you have a little bar in the bottom that's like trying to get a new microphone, we're at $14 out of $300 or whatever, then your community sees that you're trying to hit that goal, and they know that they should start to interact with that, or they can. I shouldn't say they should. They can interact with that in that way. Yeah, another thing Slug is saying here in chat as well, don't overclutter your overlay too much if you want to edit it later for YouTube purposes. I very specifically am streaming my YouTube Q&A sessions in this overlay with absolutely nothing on it except my username and the question y'all are asking, because I want this to be good for YouTube content. I could be in my just chatting scene that I just showed you that's all cluttered and chaotic with my green screen camera setup, but to me that is not optimized for YouTube video content. It's optimized for a streaming, interactive community environment. So I guess that's all I have to say. I don't know where to go with my sentence after that. I don't have a good outro, a good conclusion for that monologue. How long have we been live? What am I at right now? How can I tell? It doesn't say on my OBS. Where does it say? Oh, 2 hours and a half. 2 hours and a half. Okay. All right, let's see what else we got. Lady Mistleaf says, may I ask what your thoughts on female streamers not being pretty, no interest in makeup, just want to be me, have crooked teeth? Do you think that might cause issues? Absolutely not. No. The only issue I could see you dealing with is if you are self-conscious about any of those things for any reason, and if a troll comes in and says something hurtful to you. That's the only issue I could see you running into. I think that it would be very empowering. I am just someone who's very interested in makeup and fashion, but I do feel that I run into a lot of like, oh, people are so used to seeing me with makeup on. I don't want to stream without my makeup on because then I'm too ugly. Like, I run into that struggle personally, and I do just kind of push myself over the hump sometimes to just because I think it's good to see people who do a lot of makeup without their makeup too, because it normalizes a normal face, and that we don't, like, my cheeks are not naturally shiny. You know what I mean? Like, so I think crooked teeth is also something, like, I've got like the little gap growing in my teeth, and I've got like really small teeth, and my gums show a lot, right? I think that having like a unique facial feature or anything like that is amazing to have period, because it's going to normalize it for other people that might have a similar feature to that. It's going to make other people feel more confident and comfortable seeing someone else who is so confident in being themselves. I'm also plus size, so the fact that I'm willing to get on camera normalizes and makes other people who might be plus size feel a little bit more confident and comfortable. So it's nothing compared to your teeth. I know luckily my teeth have been straight, but they're starting to push in. But I've always been made fun of for having my gums show when I smile. I'm very self-conscious about my gums showing. But I've got a lot of friends with like little snaggle teeth and like super like crowded and crooked teeth. And I don't think that you should be ashamed of that personally. I think this is a different, I think that any of these things, being overweight, or maybe some people, like maybe you're missing a finger or something like that, or maybe you've got really big ears that are like super pushed out and like super, and you were made fun of for that all the time when you were in elementary school, or you've got a strange birthmark or a mole on your face, or anything like this that is something that a 6-year-old would have picked on you for on the playground, and a really big asshole in high school would have picked on you for, and the stupid trolls on Twitch would pick on you for. Anything like that, I think, is so empowering to just be confident and look, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm on camera, I'm loud, I'm proud of myself. Like, I think that is super empowering for people to showcase, broadcast, and platform themselves despite of any imperfections or anything like that. I think that is so important. And I also, to take this in a different direction, you're saying no interest in makeup. I think that that's also really good for girls specifically, or women to see, is that you don't have to have all of this like pounds of makeup on to feel good enough. I personally am just a very I really love the art and creative nature of makeup. But it does make me feel inadequate when I don't have makeup on. So there's a whole psychological thing going there. And when I see other people who stream without makeup, or other like girls who wear tons of makeup that will go live without their makeup, even if they've got like red splotches around their nose, or they've got big bags under their eyes, or their eyes look really small without their makeup, or they overdraw their lips all the time, so they've got thin lips, whatever it happens to be. Like, when I see other content creators, and not just women, some of the like male identifying creators that I follow that wear makeup too, when I see them go live or be on camera without that, proudly, and not like hiding their face and being ashamed, but just like not even really addressing it, just being loud and proud in it, it makes me feel so much more capable of doing it myself and empowered in it. Yeah, so just being proud of what you have to offer, who you are, and knowing, I think the most important thing for me is whenever I receive comments of people who have some of the same insecurities, or whatever that I have, that I will occasionally express, like I'm doing right now, like my weight and my gum size and stuff like that. Like, when I get feedback from people that are like, oh my gosh, this makes me feel so much more comfortable in my body, the fact that you're willing to talk about XYZ, that makes me go, this is why I want to do this. This is why I want to be on camera. This is why I want to be confident in this. Yeah, I think being loud and proud with who you are, what you've got to offer, is the way to go. And I think that it will help you create some bit more in like marketing terms, it will help you create a unique branding. And I think that that is in certain ways appealing for sponsors and stuff to work with people who are more in the marginalized or outside niches of the mainstream stuff. Like, it gives you a specific thing to offer, or it's something that niches you and stands you out in a field, if that makes sense. Okay. All right. I like that question too. I love talking about that kind of stuff. How many times a week would you say is the optimal frequency for streaming? You know, I bet I could probably make a whole video on this if I did some deep analytic research on it, going through like Sully Gnome or Twitch Tracker or something. My knee-jerk response to this is 3 days a week, without thinking about it. And if one of my friends was coming to me and wanted to start streaming, I would tell them 3 days a week. Anywhere between 2 and 4. I think streaming every single day of the week is not only going to burn you out, but it's going to burn your audience out, because they won't ever have a chance to miss you. Or, you know, I mean, it's obviously good for keeping the, like, you can't catch a fish if you don't put your fishing line in the water, but you also need to like rest and relax and have off camera days or off microphone days, whatever you happen to use. And I think 3 days a week is a good way to get started, especially if you are trying to juggle Discord and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube and TikTok or whatever other platforms you're using. If you're trying to juggle a bunch of social media platforms, not pushing yourself too hard on Twitch is the way to go. I said it earlier in the stream, but I think 3 by 3 is a good rule of thumb. 3 hours at a time, 3 days a week. For me right now, optimally, like my little planner that I set up, what do I have set up for streaming this month? I'm going to be streaming 5 days a week, which is a lot. It's more than I've been doing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. 4 days a week is going to be a 5-hour stream, and 1 day a week is going to be 4, 5, 6, a 7-hour stream. So this is because, though, I've established over the last 3 or 4 months that I can handle 2 to 4 streams a week, 3 to 6 hours at a time. So I've already kind of established this little part, and now I'm like, okay, let's take it up just a little bit, because that's still 5, 10, 15, 20, 27 hours. It's still technically a part-time job. And I'm building in time for fitness, my health, all of this kind of stuff. So yeah, I actually have a video idea in mind how I plan a week of streams. I was thinking about making a video about that because I've been doing so much planner content on my Twitch lately. But this is where I'm pushing to. I'm not telling y'all to do, or unless it resonates for you, but I'm not telling you to do 27 hours, 5-hour streams 4 days a week plus the 7-hour bonus stream or whatever. I'm saying this is where I've pushed myself to at my current level, the experience that I've had in streaming, the experiments, the failures, the successes, and the average viewership and stuff that I have right now. I feel like this is probably a pretty good schedule, and I'm specifically going to be focusing on Stardew and Minecraft, and having our special tarot streams on Sundays. So what that translates to for people who don't, it's 2 games. It's 1 game that I'll be in the top row on twice a week. It's another game that I will be about 10 rows down, but I have room to grow because Minecraft gets up to like 5,000 average viewers for the top row. So there's room to grow for me in Minecraft. Stardew, I will pretty much guarantee discoverability every time I'm live in Stardew. And Tarot is my best seller content. It's what I get the highest view count on. It's the best community building. It's a community engagement night. I get to have one-on-one conversations with my community. I get to know what they're going through, what they're struggling with, and we get to emotionally connect, and people get to redeem channel points. So it's a community night. You could also, it's not a sub only night for me, but it would be the equivalent of doing a sub only night. Hi Evan, welcome in. Hi Feral Wood Witch, hello, how are you? So yeah, I think that's what I want to say on that question. Let's see what else we got. Do you have any, this is an interesting question. Do you have any thoughts on the potential pros of not accepting affiliate? I really don't like the idea of adding pre-rolls while I'm still super small. The main pro I can think of is that there's no what's the word, exclusivity or whatever. Like when you're live on Twitch, you can't multi-stream. So if I go live on Twitch, I can't stream that same content to YouTube simultaneously. So if you did not sign the affiliate contract, you could continue to multi-stream on all of the platforms at the same time, but you won't be able to get subs and have the sub badges and the bits and all of that kind of stuff. I can understand not wanting to have pre-rolls. I really don't like Twitch ads at all. They actually are the bane of my existence currently. They're not skippable. They feel very invasive to me. And sometimes they'll do 3 ads back to back that are 30 seconds long. So it's 90 seconds of ads every like 20 minutes on a live stream. And it's honestly super obnoxious. And it makes me personally leave streams over because I just cannot stand sitting there through those advertisements anymore. You can't turn off advertisements on Twitch. You can't. I don't know if that's true for affiliates. I'm actually unsure about this. If I'm not an affiliate, I don't have to do pre-rolls, but what I have started experimenting with on my stream is intentionally running ads at certain moments. So when I go live on my starting soon screen, within the first, like I immediately roll an ad, like right when I click go live, because I've got pretty much no viewers in there anyway. It's like it gets that ad over with, and then Twitch's dashboard tells me, okay, 21 minutes of ad-free viewing for your viewers. And then at that 20-minute mark, I could say, okay, y'all, I'm gonna run an ad and go grab some water. And so then I've intentionally run an ad. People know that to mute the tab or whatever. And then when they come back, there's 20 more minutes of ad-free viewing. So if I'm intentionally running ads at strategic moments, it will, I think, help the viewing experience. And also if I get a raid, this is the most important or most annoying part of the ads to me, is when people raid your stream, they don't get to see your reaction to the raid because an ad immediately rolls. But if you're doing the pre-roll thing, then that shouldn't happen. I thought you could, and I'm close to hitting affiliate. I don't take my word on it, Lady Mist. I've not actually looked into anything like that before, so it would be worth researching on your own. I've never heard of anything like that, though. I've never heard of being able to turn off ads on Twitch. I would turn them off if I could. Like, I would. The AdSense isn't really worth it. I looked at my analytics the other day, and with the viewership I have over the last 30 days, I've made $9 in ads on Twitch. So to me, I'm like, Twitch, keep your $9 and stop playing ads on my stream. Like, that's me. That's my opinion here. But okay. I'm a DJ trying to get followers and subs. What do you think that I should do? Networking is going to be important if you're trying to grow following. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. I know that's annoying to hear, but pulling some of your best moments, like pulling little clips of them and posting them on other platforms, especially on I'm not really much of a musician, so I don't really know how to tell you to get your music out there specifically, but I know like the SoundClouds and stuff like that, wherever you can link people to or wherever you can post these moments. To get subs specifically, maybe have some kind of sub only rewards. So subs, like this week, all of my subs get to decide what song I remix next or something like that. Like, find a way to reward your subscribers and incentivize people to want to be a subscriber. I'll give you all another example. My friend Pisces Pixie I talked about earlier, she was live streaming today, and I went into her channel, and she was doing tarot, and I was going to chat, but then it says sub only chat, and she streamed for like 3 hours, and I watched anyway because I love her content. But I was sitting there and I was like, man, I want to type, I want to talk to her, like, and then it got to a point where I was like, I'm broke, okay? Like, I can't afford to subscribe to everybody I'm friends with on Twitch. Unfortunately, I just cannot. So I don't often subscribe to people on Twitch for that reason. And I was really to the point where, so she had almost brought me, my cheap ass, out of the shell to hit subscribe because she had a sub-only tarot night, a sub-only community night, and I wanted to be part of it. I wanted to talk to her, right? So you've got to figure out ways. Think about what would incentivize you in this type of stream. Like, if you're watching other DJs on Twitch, what would make you want to subscribe to their channel and try to incorporate that into your own channel. Song requests would be cool too, sub-only song requests or bit song requests, and stuff like that. All right. Do you have a video on using tags on Twitch? I don't. I haven't covered using tags. I really just go with tags that I would like to pick up an audience from. I've experimented with quite a few of the identity tags, but right now I'm sticking with LGBTQIA instead of the sub one that I fall under, which would be pansexual. Like, I would rather just have the LGBT blanket one rather than the smaller niche that I'm in on that one. That's my own personal choice on that. And I use neurodivergent instead of the smaller category that I fall under, which would be like ADHD, OCD, bipolar, depression. I don't use the smaller ones. I use the bigger one. That's my own personal preference. I like the bigger umbrella better. And I also don't necessarily enjoy talking about those like, this might differ for people that are more advocates of the specific identities. But I don't, like, I did try the pansexual tag one time specifically, and a couple of times actually, and I had someone ask me about it, and then I realized that I wasn't super comfortable always discussing my sexuality, right? But I want my stream area to be good for the LGBTQ community in general. And the same with neurodivergent. When I had like bipolar up, for example, I realized when someone asked me about that, oh, you have bipolar, it made me go, oh, I'm not always comfortable discussing this just at the drop of a hat. So I'd rather use neurodivergent, which is more of a blanket one, and it doesn't quite expose, right? So we're talking specifically identity tags there. That's my own experience with it. It might differ for you and for individuals. Another one I'm considering using is possibly the plus size one, but there is also a body positivity one. So if you weren't comfortable, like, I worry about plus size being heavily trolled specifically, but I think that body positivity might not be as trolled as bad. So I'm also looking at the trolling potential of some of the tags and how that goes into it. Yeah, there is a neurodivergent one. So I could make a video on Twitch tags. I think that would actually probably be a pretty good one because they're still relatively new and there might be some questions. So if y'all have specific questions about Twitch tags or things like that, feel free to leave them on the comments of this video. If y'all are here in chat right now, leave it as a comment on the video so I can have access to it after this stream is over and I'll be able to reference them. Okay. I started streaming a couple months ago, says Diego, thanks to your vids. So far, I've had a very good time. I'm wondering, under what circumstances would you recommend joining to the affiliate program? I mean, I would recommend going for it, period. The only reason I would see not to join the affiliate program is if you want to multi-stream on other platforms. That is the only thing in the affiliate contract that I think is meaningful enough to not sign the affiliate contract, is not being able to live stream on other platforms without the risk of getting your account banned if you get caught doing it. So other than that, I don't really understand when people don't turn on affiliate. Just because you don't have subscribers doesn't feel like a good enough reason to me, because you never know when someone might want to subscribe or might want to send bits. Another reason, though, I could see not wanting to have affiliate on is if you don't want to put any more money in Twitch's pocket / Amazon's pocket, which is also very, very valid. A lot of people are, there's a trend going on right now that's sub off Twitch, or you know, send support to me off Twitch through Patreon, Ko-fi, or Fanhouse, or donating through PayPal or any other avenue, because Twitch takes a 50% cut of everything that we make from them, except bits. I believe bits still have like a bit of a fee that the donator will pay, but the full amount of bits should go in our pockets. But subscribers, like if somebody gifts like a gift, if someone subscribes to my channel, I don't get $5, I get $2.50, and Twitch gets $2.50. So a website like Ko-fi, for example, 100% of that goes to the content creator, minus a PayPal fee. PayPal will take like a you know, small percentage, which ends up being like maybe 10 cents or 20 cents depending on the amount of the donation. The larger it is, obviously the larger the fee. Fanhouse takes a 10% cut. I believe Patreon takes a 10 to 15% cut. I think Patreon has the highest fee cut out of those three platforms there. So it's up to you. Those are the two main reasons I would see not wanting to have the affiliate contract. One is not putting more money in Twitch's pocket because you have some kind of moral stand in that way. And two is not wanting to be prevented from doing multi-streaming on platforms at the same time that you're live on Twitch. Other than that, I really don't see a reason not to take affiliate. Yeah, I guess that's all I want to say on that. Okay. Musicians do very well when they're interactive. Yes, I agree with Twinkie there. Carbon Lich says, when do you think I should start worrying about sub goals? Any advice on how to decide what they should be, if I should have them at all? I don't worry about sub goals personally at my level. I feel like it taints my focus in a wrong direction, and it makes me lose focus on my community and start focusing on the numbers and the money more than I want to. But I did experiment with it one time. Rather than like, hey, I want to hit 100 subs, or I want to hit 30 subs, or whatever your metric is. Mine was, I have a weekly sub goal. And I think this idea worked very well for me. The only reason I stopped using it is because the widget wasn't being reliable, and so the number wasn't always correct, and it was frustrating me. But this worked very well for me and my community. So like I said earlier, tarot content for me is the most demanded content, the most watched content, the highest viewer count content that I do. So replace tarot with whatever content looks like that for you. But I did a weekly sub goal of, if we hit 10 subs this week, then I will do a tarot stream at the end of the week. If we hit this sub goal, this weekly sub goal, then I will do the special high demanded content that you want. So this could look like, you want me to play a horror game, so let's hit this monthly sub goal of 100 subs or 50 subs or whatever your number looks like, whatever you're trying to reach for. Let's see. That one, it worked well for me. I would hit the sub goals. My community got rewarded. I got rewarded. Like, it was a nice symbiotic relationship. Literally the only reason I stopped doing that is because the widget wasn't working, and it got annoying. I started getting stressed out about it, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna, honestly, like, I'm just gonna keep tarot in the rotation steady anyway, because it's good for my metrics. Yeah. Okay. All right. When should you start worrying about sub goals? If I had to put a number on it, I would probably say around the time that you're averaging between 20 and 40 viewers, and or maybe you're hitting around like 50 subs. If I had to put a number on it, I think at that point, those numbers are established enough, if that makes sense. Like, those are pretty solid numbers enough that you are an established personality with like a micro community around you. This is called a micro influencer, that you could start to maybe push these goals. But I would worry about telling someone of that size to start doing sub goals, because that can very quickly make you look like all you care about is the money. Does that make sense? So I would not make numbers your priority when it comes to content creation. They can be a good metric for growth, and I do use them as ballparks for me of, this content is working, this content is not working. People enjoy this, people do not enjoy this. And even if people enjoy this, I didn't enjoy it. Like, I use them as a ballpark metric. Oh, my sub count is going up when I make this kind of content, but it's going down when I make this. But when I get too hyper focused on these numbers, too fixated on these numbers, I lose track of the passion and the individuals in my community that I'm trying to have a personal connection with through the content, if that makes sense. And I think as smaller streamers, we need to be more focused on those interactions and building community more so than the metrics. I really wish larger, like huge streamers would do that as well. But at a certain point, it's going to get difficult to be involved with the individuals. But an example is Julian. I think Julian from the Jenna Marbles Jenna Marbles' boyfriend Julian, who is what I consider a very successful large streamer. Not super huge large, but he averages about 2,000 viewers on most of his Twitch streams. And even at that size, with a very active chat, he has a very intimate connection with his audience. And I think that he would be good to observe, even if you don't necessarily like his content. I think he would be good to observe. Actually, he'd be interesting to analyze, not as far as his growth, because I think that's completely linked to his YouTube, and also being related with Jenna, not related to Jenna Marbles like that, but being tied in with Jenna Marbles' brand. But I think that he could be very interesting to analyze, as far as being a large streamer who's maintaining a tight-knit connection to his audience, if that makes sense. Okay. Got to channel that Shia LaBeouf energy. Just do it. Exactly. That's the takeaway of tonight's stream. Just do it. Get out of your own way in your journal recently. Yes, get out of your own way. Yeah. The first step to being kind of good at something is sucking at something. I love it. See, y'all got the right mindset. Y'all got it. Your first stream felt like a dumpster fire. Technical difficulties, no viewers. I felt horrible, but your second stream was much better. So just do it and come back for more. I love that, Lady Miss Leaf. Is there an age that's too old to do well? I really don't think so. I actually think last night I was looking at the analytics of Twitch, and it's something like these are going to be very close to the analytics that I saw, but I'm going to ballpark a little bit. Between the ages of 14 and 24, so high school and college age, is about 40% of the viewership on Twitch. Between the ages of 25 to 40 is about, 20% of the viewership on Twitch, with the majority leaning closer to that 25 to 35 range. And then basically like 40 and older is like 40 all the way to 100 is like 20%. So it's mostly teenagers, late teenagers, early college age watching Twitch. And gender wise, the data that I saw said 65% male, 35% female. So I don't think it comes as a surprise to hear that the majority viewership on Twitch is teenage boys, teenage college age boys. 65 to 35 split, boy to girl, 40% in that younger range, and then mostly young adult to teenager, right? Now that being said, there's not a lot of elderly people, older, I'd say older than about 35, people with gray hair, people that are visibly aged. There's not a lot of people like that on Twitch. This probably does have a lot to do with the demographic of viewership that already exists on Twitch, but I've got what is her name? Howdy Chicken. She's one of my favorite. She's very much in her identity of being an older streamer. Let me find a link to her really quick. She's such a pleasure to watch. She fills my soul. There's another. Oh God, I can't. Mama's Kitty or something like that. Here's the link to Hottie Chicken. She blew up. I mean, I started following her when she had like maybe 10 average viewers or so. I can't remember which category I found her in. It was either a sandbox game or it was Skyrim. And she is Twitch partner with 16,000 followers within about a year to a year and a half. She did very well very quickly. She's got a wonderful personality. She's very sweet. She's very much like sweet grandma makes me feel better. You know, SpongeBob, grandma's cookies. Like, she's got sweet, wonderful energy. So she has a great personality, but I think she's a wonderful example of someone who is fully in their identity as being an older streamer, an older person who is streaming. And I think that there is room for people of all walks of life to make a career or a lifestyle out of streaming. You just have to own that identity and make sure that you also are going in. You're going to appeal to the majority demographic on Twitch in whatever way that is, but you're also going to be targeting the identity that you are. So the elderly, how can you reach out to other people that are your age and are into the gaming that you're in? How can you appeal and pull them into you? Okay. 38 is definitely not. No, the 30, like, I really don't think any ages. Like, I'm going to say definitely not on 38, but I'm also going to say if you're 60, I think that's cool. I think that makes you stand out. You've got an edge over the 25-year-old Call of Duty gamer boy or the 26-year-old alternative I wear cat ears headphones gamer girl. You know what I mean? Like those are, I don't mean to say this in any type of way that might hurt any feelings, but those are almost a dime a dozen on Twitch. But an older silver-haired grandmother playing Breath of the Wild, how many of those do you see? Do you know what I mean? It gives you an edge. So own the things that give you an edge. And for the 26-year-old cat-eared gamer girl, she may be really grossly enthusiastic about horror and can own in on that. Like she'll have to find what it is that stands her out of the other gamer girls with cat ears. And the Call of Duty gamer boy might have to hone in on what stands him out from the other Call of Duty gamer boys. Oh, he also is a skateboarder and is really good at skateboarding, so he should pull that in. You have to figure out the things that stand you out in your sub niches, right? Okay. I don't have a tutorial just on setting up Twitch. Oh, I kind of do. I don't, it's not a fully exclusive video to setting up the Twitch dashboard, but the one that I did last year in September, the one that's got the how to get started streaming in 2021. Let's see here. I'm going to link it in chat. You'll have to check the chapters because I don't remember exactly where in the video it happens, but that video, oh, it's got a timestamp on it. Sorry for the timestamp link in that, but check the chapters on it. There's a section in that video of just the basic setup of your Twitch profile, like the basic setup, where to find your stream key and stuff like that. Okay, what else we got? The streaming grandma is huge. Yeah. What's your opinion on Twitch is going to die? We talked about this a little bit earlier, and that content creators are suggesting to move to YouTube. I need to make a video on this. This is the 4th time this topic's come up tonight. Thank you for the question, Geeky Mark. We talked at length about this in the start of the stream. The first 15 minutes, I get into this question of Twitch versus YouTube. But the gist of the answer to this that I feel is that Twitch is not dying. The metrics show the exact opposite. Twitch is continuing to be on an incline of viewership and is above all of the other streaming platforms. YouTube and Facebook are the main two. Twitch is going to need some heavy competition to push it off of that. YouTube would really have to step up a lot of what it's doing with the interactivity of live streaming to, I think, give Twitch real competition in that way. So I think it's worth dabbling in YouTube streaming, but I still think that my personal opinion is that Twitch is still the best option for live streaming. Okay. Unless Amazon loses interest. Yeah, Twinkie, you're on point with this. All right, let's see. Would it be helpful to get you started on streaming or pick a type of your content or what it's about? What if you don't know what to pick? Cosmic Yen, thank you for the question. Would it be helpful to get started on streaming? So I think the question here is, would it be better to just start streaming, or would it be better to plan your content and already know what your niche is? And my answer to this is, if you are overthinking what games you're going to play and what niche you're in and how often you should stream, if you're finding yourself stuck in analysis paralysis and just hyper focusing on those types of things, just hit go live and just play whatever game you load up out of your Steam library first that night. Quit overthinking it. But I do think that strategy is smart. I'm a very strategic person with a lot of the stuff that I do, where I focus a lot on strategies and planners and stuff. But I think getting yourself a data pool first, streaming for a month and being able to look back and reflect on the data, you can have a much better strategy if you get yourself some data first. You'll never be able to strategize properly until you know how you are personally going to perform. I can analyze other content creators all day long and be like, well, this worked for her, that didn't work for him, he used this thumbnail and that worked, but they used this one and that didn't work. I could do that all day long, but I'll never know how it's going to work for me until I actually get myself out there and start seeing how I perform. So whatever you can do to get out of your own way and hit go live, do that. Start streaming and then start analyzing afterwards. Okay. I did this earlier, but I want to rephrase. I'm nervous about getting haters or problematic viewers about when streaming? How does one handle it without a moderator? And I saw another question that I'm gonna skip down to that I'm gonna include in this. Where did it go? It was from I think Rai Rai. I know I remember asking you how to say it. I can't remember if it was Rai Rai or Riri now. How do you handle trolls? Is the simple phrasing of the question here. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm so far behind. From Squish Dish, aka OG Sinner, sorry. I'm nervous about getting haters or problematic viewers. How do you handle trolls? Ban them. Don't humor them. Don't respond to it out loud. It's so hard sometimes. It really is. When someone comes in and says something gross or rude or smartass or whatever, I just ban them. I don't. And if I start discussing it out loud, it changes the trajectory of the stream. It changes the conversation in the chat, and it makes it all focused on the troll. And a lot of times, depending on your community, for me personally, if someone comes in and says that I'm ugly or calls me fat or whatever it is, and I'm like, wow, oh my God, that person called me fat. Now I feel bad. I can't believe, I'm so self-conscious about this. Like, then all of a sudden my chat is going to turn into trying to comfort me and make me feel better. That's the type of community I've built. I've seen other streamers who, if a troll comes in and says something and then the person shows that they're wounded by it, the chat will troll them even harder. Depends on what kind of community you've built. I don't want my community to be controlled by a random person. So if a random person comes in, a random asshole, I should say, comes in and says something rude and I respond to it out loud, a lot of times people are lurking and they're not fully watching the chat. They would never know anything was said in the first place unless I respond to it out loud. And then I bring it into everyone else's ears, and then they're going to react to it. And the conversation will turn around. The troll has won, in other words. They have come in and they have affected the environment and disrupted whatever your vibes were. Do not give them power. Yes. If you can, just ban them without saying anything. Although, that being said, sometimes a troll is a really good opportunity to have like a clap back and clip it and put it on Twitter or something, depending. Like if you're like losing your temper and being all embarrassing and like whatever, but sometimes it's also a moment. Like if someone came in here and was like, wow, you only have 10,000 subscribers on, or 10,000 followers on Twitch. Who are you to give advice? And like, I could see that. And I honestly feel like if someone said that to me right now, I would probably be able to, I don't think that I wouldn't respond to it out loud. I think that I would take that as a moment to soapbox a little bit and be like, you know what, I'm just as good enough as, even if I don't have 100,000 followers. Like, I think it would probably bring that kind of energy out of me, which I do think is me standing in my power and me kind of like standing up for myself even. So it depends on how you want to experience that moment, and how much of an impact you want it to have on your mind, and your community, your stream, your chat. The best advice I could give is just ban them and keep moving on, though. Don't even speak about it out loud. Don't let it affect you. Don't let it get to you, and deal with the emotional whatever of it after the stream. Maybe, you know, message your friend and say, someone said this about me, and have your little emotional get together later where y'all are like, you're getting your feelings comforted instead of bringing it in the stream, if that makes sense. That's how I handle trolls. And a troll to me is someone who I've never seen before in the chat that comes in and calls me a name, or makes fun of me for something, or a tag that I'm using, or you know, anything like that. That it's a name I've never seen before that is clearly just there to heckle and be an asshole. A troll does not look like a regular viewer who is starting to cross my boundaries, and starting to step over line. That's not a troll to me. That's a different situation entirely. I just wanted to define the terms there. Okay. How do you get the motivation to, oh man, this is a hard question. How do you get the motivation to stream on a platform you got follow botted on? I randomly got 18 followers, but there's only one person watching and talking in the analytics. I wouldn't let it get to you. I have a very high viewer count. I'm sorry, a very high follower count on Twitch, but when you compare it to my viewer count, my viewer count is very low. So I have 10,000 followers on Twitch because I've been streaming since 2015. Is that right? No, 26. What's happening? Why do I see this chat box? What's going on? Is my stream still running? My OBS just did a weird thing. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. Um, I will go in other people's streams who have like 1,000 followers and they have 45 average viewers too, because they're really focused in on their niche or whatever. So I don't think that your follower count is anything that you should let affect you. If you think your follower count is too high but your viewer count is too low, I wouldn't worry about that at all. I wouldn't let that prevent you from streaming. Getting follow botted, I would recommend researching. Someone in chat might know the name of this bot off the top of their head. I want to say it's Commander Root, but I'm not entirely sure. There is a bot, a tool that is available that can remove all followers within a designated time period that you tell it. So if you get follow botted and you want to go into the bot and say, hey, remove everyone that followed me between 2:45 and 2:53, because that's when all the follow bots happened, right? And it will remove all of those followers. It's Commander Root. So if you want to Google Commander Root follow bot, you'll probably find the tool if you want to be able to remove that. Serybot is an autoban one, SERY bot, that people have been using to help combat the Haas 00312 hate raid thing that's been happening on Twitch for the last couple of months. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's see here. Stream at least once a week and then make videos and post them on different platforms. I love this advice. That's wonderful advice, Pedro. Yeah. Stream at least once a week. If you're strategic about what you're streaming, you could easily turn one stream into 2 or 3 different YouTube videos, a highlight reel, or like you could start the first 10 minutes of your stream doing a vlog update of your life. You could do a game playthrough for 2 hours, and then you could do a first reaction to the game. So like Spiritfarer, my first reaction to Spiritfarer, have a little 10-minute recap. That's a YouTube video. The 2 hours of gameplay, pull out clips and do highlights of Spiritfarer gameplay. And then the first 10 minutes is a vlog. You have 3 YouTube videos that you pulled out of that. On top of that, you can pull out little 30-second moments that are Twitter clips, that are TikTok clips, that are Instagram reels. If you're smart, you could do one live stream and make content for the whole week out of it. Or if you're strategic, I shouldn't say smart. You can be smart without doing that. Okay. A planner video would be awesome. Okay, I will keep that in mind. I was planning on doing that one this week. I might still release that on Friday. How I plan a week's worth of streams, or how I plan my streams, or something like that. All right. Evan says 3x3 is perfect, and as you grow, you could do more if the demand is there. I love that, Evan. You supply what is being demanded. That's how that market works, right? Supply and demand. So if there is a lot of people that are wanting more content from you, that's when you start to up the hours that you're being available. You go for twice a week, but it's above 4 or 5 hours each. It's going to be different for everyone. Maybe you work a full-time job and you have 8 hours on 2 different days that you really want to binge in. If you're a small streamer that's under 15 average viewers, I would recommend not doing 8-hour streams. I would recommend keeping it around 5 hours, 3 to 5 hours. I think that you're like stretching yourself too thin, and you're probably... This might sound harsh to say, but you're probably not going to have a lot of viewers that are going to stick around for 8 hours with you. As a small streamer, as a very small content creator, I think even now, like at like even with my medium level or like larger streamers and stuff, I don't think that like I might have like 1 or 2 people that would be able to stay for a full 8-hour stream, but that's not, it's going to be very rare. Most people can stick around for 15 minutes. That's kind of the average. I feel like 15 to 30 minutes, just popping by to say hi, then going to go to another stream, or just popping by on my drive to work. The second average to me is about 2 to 3 hours, because they're just trying to fill like the time before they go to bed or whatever it is. And you're going to have very rare people that can stick for the whole stream. Is it worth doing really short streams like an hour? I'm going to pull this one again just because it's right on topic with this. Vanaman says, I'm iffy on this. I feel like it's just barely enough time for your core community with the notifications turned on. That's just barely enough time for them to get into your stream. I feel like 2 hours is too short for me, because right around it just depends. It really depends on a lot of different factors, but I feel like 1 hour is almost too short of a stream. Unless you're only doing one stream a week and it's a check-in and everyone knows that you go live at 5 p.m. on Sundays for a check-in and they know to be there because you're only there for an hour. Like if you've built that up over time, it could easily work for somebody. And you could still turn an hour's worth of content into 2 or 3 YouTube videos or whatever else. But I still would encourage about 3 to 5 hours, about 3-hour stream. Sorry, I feel like I'm going to miss some questions tonight. All right, let's see. I noticed some people say focus on one social media that your audience and customers are at, and some say to put your name out everywhere. What do you recommend for a small streamer? I recommend for a small streamer, one streaming platform and one microblog platform. And if you can, an archived video platform like YouTube. So ideally, what I would like to see from someone who is getting into streaming, a small streamer that is wanting to take it seriously and build a brand, I would like to see Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram, TikTok, or Instagram. One of those 3: Instagram, TikTok, or Instagram. I consider those microblog platforms. Those 3 platforms, Insta, TikTok, Twitter, they have discoverability. You can get found on them. You can get shared on them by your community, and they allow you to do daily check-ins with your audience and stay connected to your audience. The ones that have already been established through the live stream. And the live stream is this in the moment, intimate, we get to hang out and we get to develop a more intimate rapport in this way. YouTube is better for short form video discoverability. So like I do my tutorial content here on YouTube, I pull a lot of viewers in that will follow me into my live streams from here. And then when I get my viewers, my community, then I'm able to maintain connections with them on Twitter. I get to show them what my food looked like that day. I get to celebrate my milestones that I hit. I get to take a picture of the fall leaves, or whatever it looks like for you. Same with Instagram stories, and TikTok can be used the same way. TikTok's very good for viral discoverability, the same way that YouTube is. So if you didn't want to do YouTube, I would at least recommend TikTok, right? Something that has like a good chance for you to get picked up and like spread like wildfire in a viral way amongst a larger audience. Twitter doesn't necessarily have that, and Instagram doesn't necessarily have that. TikTok and YouTube are good in that way. So even if you wanted to split it up like Twitch and then either TikTok and YouTube, or either Instagram and Twitter. So have like one of those 3. That's what I would recommend. But if you don't have the energy and time, hyper focusing on just one platform, just Twitch, is a good way to get started. But you will eventually want to get yourself at least one other. So at least 2. At least 2. Okay. What else we got? I'd like to see a video on how to set up bits, in-game currency, and cheer prices personalized for those. Maybe Squish, I need to talk to you a little. I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about that idea. How do you deflect or deal with questions you don't want to answer when there's like only one person in the chat? Oh my God, Priyanka. That's a really good question. And very hard to do. But I do think that just flat out ignoring it, if they don't learn from the fact, like if somebody asked me in the chat, like if I only had like 2 or 3 viewers and someone was like, where do you go to school? I could flat out just say like, I'm not comfortable telling you personal information about my location, and move on. Or if it's something like, how do you deal with depression, and you don't want to talk about the fact that you have depression or something like that. Like, you don't even want to say it out loud, because at that point it's going to alert more people to focus in on the topic because you're making it the topic of discussion. I would just flat out ignore it. I do this a lot for me. I typically do this with comments on my appearance, that I can tell are, how do I want to say this nicely? people that are trying, like, hitting on me or are going to make it awkward and weird. Like when I get someone that's coming and is like, oh, you're so hot or something, I typically just don't even respond to those out loud, because I don't want to reward or encourage more of that behavior to grow. And that's something I've learned over 5 years of streaming. I won't even respond to them out loud. I'll skip right over it and I'll respond to the next thing I see in chat. Or if you only have one person there and they're crossing your boundaries, they're making you uncomfortable, please just ban them. Please just, or purge the chat at least, so that they get the hint that they are crossing a line and they're talking about stuff that you're not comfortable with. But another thing you could do is, if you've got just one person in chat and they're trying to control they're trying to put the conversation in a way that you don't want your live stream to be, stop responding to them and just start talking about your video game. Just completely ignore them, and eventually they'll go away, and maybe you'll lose that viewer. But do you really want that viewer to stay around if they're making you uncomfortable about the stuff they're trying to talk about? So there's several different strategies, but mostly they revolve around not feeding into it anymore, not replying to it, purging it from chat, banning them from chat, or verbally telling them that they are making you uncomfortable or you don't want to discuss what they're talking about. This is also really bad. It doesn't necessarily have to be flirtatious, but this is very bad with something that's called trauma dumping, that I could make a whole video about as well, where people will come in and talk about trauma, like, oh my god, I just found out my mom died today or something, and then they just go on this huge talk about, and it's very, like, for you, you're like, really, you're put in this really awkward position of like, how do I I'm on camera, like, what am I supposed to say? How am I supposed to talk about this? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, how, and maybe you don't know that person well. This is the parasocial relationship kind of stuff coming in as well. It just gets very uncomfortable. I had this happen the other day, and I don't know if the person is here or anything. I don't mean to make them feel any type of way, but it's the most recent example I can think of that was just like, that I could look at it and go like, oh, this is, because I do tarot reading stream, so a lot of times we do have emotional conversations. But I was just doing a Stardew stream that night. It was just or my planner stream. It was one night where we were just vibing, having a good time, and this person came in and kept bringing up in chat that they were having a panic attack, and like, or like, I'm trying not to have a panic attack or something, and I obviously want to empathize and care, for them. And so my response was essentially like, something along the lines of, oh, I'm so sorry. I hope that by being here, maybe the energy and the vibes can help you relax a little bit and calm down. But what can I do? I didn't say this out loud, but what can I do as someone sitting across the country in my room playing video games on camera? How could I possibly help you with your anxiety attack? Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't. And at that point, this is the parasocial relationship thing that gets weird. This is where you, as the person experiencing the anxiety attack or whatever it is, the coping with the grief of your family member passing, or these things that you're trauma dumping about, you have to find more appropriate outlets or more appropriate resources for coping with those things. There's a whole big conversation that really needs to be fully blown to the surface on this type of stuff, because this is a common thread through all streamers and YouTubers and content creators, because people feel like they become friends with you. Like, I could say this about Jenna Marbles. I've watched that girl. I know she's not on YouTube anymore, unfortunately. I've watched her for years. I feel like I know what her laugh sounds like. I know when she's happy. I can tell from her facial expression if she's upset. Like, because I've seen so much of her. She has no idea who I am. Do you know what I mean? She has not a single clue. And if I saw her in the street and approached her in a familiar way, that would make her so uncomfortable. And this is probably one of the reasons why she removed herself from the public eye. That is a parasocial relationship. I feel like I'm friends with Jenna Marbles because I know her so well, because she shares so much of herself online. But it is inappropriate for me to treat her in that way. Does that make sense? So this is a whole topic that deserves a big research. This is what I mean when I say I want to do commentary style videos on this channel. So this is a topic I might discuss at a later date and in more detail. Yeah, there's a difference in emotionally sharing. I don't want people to feel discouraged from having emotional conversations or sharing their struggles or woes or fear or anything like that. But there is a difference in that, and it's almost trolling in a different way, if that makes sense. So, okay. let's see. How good is Stream Elements? It depends on what you're trying to use it for. I like Stream Elements for its overlays, like using the subscriber counter, alert boxes. I use it for the Capamon, the little when the emotes pop up on screen when people use emotes in chat. Stream Elements has a lot of good benefits, but Streamlabs and Stream Elements are like the competitors of each other. So they both offer similar things, but they're going to have different interfaces and like latency and all of this kind of stuff. So it's really, to me, I really feel like Streamlabs versus Stream Elements absolutely comes down to a personal preference. I think that they are they're both good in their own ways, and they're going to appeal to different people for different reasons, but it's sort of like the battle between Android and iPad. It's like they both achieve the same thing, but they do it in a slightly different way, and some people just prefer Apple and some people just prefer Google, whatever. Apple, what is it? Android? Apple and Android. I prefer Android, but I also like Apple. I don't know. I kind of tiptoe between the both. And it's the same with me with Streamlabs. I like them both. Streamlabs, Stream Elements, I use them for different reasons. I've watched a video of yours where you said to just ban and don't feel bad about it. And I've also seen yourself bounce back during a stream too. Can you clarify, what do you mean by bounce back? Bounce back during a stream too. Do you have any tips and advice? Like when I feel like if I ban someone and I feel bad, or if I engage with a troll? I mean, I'm definitely not going to follow my own advice 1,000% all the time. I make a lot of mistakes. And some days I'm not emotionally strong enough to ignore a troll. Just period. Like some days I have more emotional strength than other days. And some days a troll will get to me and make me want to end the entire stream. It's easier said than done. I think a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about, the just get over it, the just go live, just ban the troll, just do it, just do this, just do this. It's so much easier said than done, and it takes discipline and practice, and also like self-awareness and an emotional like strength, I guess, if that makes sense. Or fortitude, even. Maybe not strength is the word I want to use, but you have to build it up. It's like a muscle. You have to learn how to do it consistently over time. It's simple but not easy. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad y'all are liking I'm glad y'all are liking these Q&As. I'm enjoying them too. Let's see here. Is it best to stream different types of games, or is it best to stream one game? This is also a difficult question to answer, Hustler Kings, and it's going to depend from person to person. And I also think you need to check in with yourself. We talked about this a lot actually in the Valkyrie video that I just put up. I'm going to link that video in chat if y'all haven't seen it. It's actually basically the thesis of the entire video. Valkyrie started out as a variety streamer, and averaged between 200 and 300 viewers. And when she switched exclusively to Fortnite, she was able to grow up to where she is now at 20,000 average viewers. But just on Twitch, she went up to like 3,000 average viewers when she switched to one main game that was free. It has an audience of 14 to 20-year-olds, and she consistently streamed it. She had a skill set in the game. Like, there's a lot of reasons why Fortnite was a great game for her to choose. But it's going to depend. Like I address in this video, do you want to feel boxed in and stuck with just one game? I don't like it personally. I don't like only doing one thing. I like having the ability to flex. A way you could work around this is I stream 4 days a week, and all 3 days I stream one game, like Stardew Valley, and on Saturdays, those are my flex variety days, and I get to play whatever I want to play. No one can tell me what to do, and I have this space to create whatever I want to create on that day. But I'm building up the steady Stardew vibes, or the steady whatever game vibes. Okay, hi Lily Bunny, welcome in. How are you? Okay, let's see here. Looking for a new question. Sorry. I'm in the West Coast. When do you think would be the best time to stream? There's actually websites that you can use to kind of like gauge this. The one I would recommend is twitchtracker.com. And there's, let's see here, twitchtracker.com. And in the top right, let me pull onto my screen over here so I can show you. Which one? This one? No. Yes? No. Watch this one. Here we go. So this is twitchtracker.com. Sorry, the window is not really optimized. It's optimized for my iPad sharing streams, but twitchtracker.com, the link is in the chat right now. If you come here and you go to, I believe it's stats, think it's stats overview. No, it's not. Viewer, let's see here. Stats, maybe viewers? There we go. There we go. Maybe there's a spot in here somewhere. Give me a second. Channels. It's got to be one of these. Viewership over the year. Maybe this is how I was doing it. Oh, this is how I was doing it. Okay. So it's a little bit more maybe annoying than I wish it was. I'm going to link this specific page, but this is under stats, the link up here, and I go into stats and viewers, and then I scroll down and you see this little heartbeat looking. Oh, it really does look like a heartbeat. That's weird. I literally just scroll through this, and wherever we see the peak, so right here it's peaking at, and there's a time on screen at the very top. It says Sunday, October 3rd at 14:40 military time, minus 12 hours, 2:40 in the afternoon. We come back down, we see here, where's the spike? 15 minus 12, 3:20. So 3:20, we've got a spike here at 2:20. We've got a spike here at 2:40. So right now it looks like the most viewers available on Twitch are right around 3 p.m.-ish. 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. So if you went live, this is why, literally this data right here is why my stream schedule, let me see if my iPad shows up on my camera. You can see these purple boxes. So this is earlier in the day, right here, purple box 1, purple box 2, and these are in the evening. I'm doing 2 afternoon streams from now on. I'm adding in afternoon streams, and those streams will be starting at 12 p.m. and going until 5 p.m. because 12 to 5 fully covers that peak of viewership. My time, I'm talking Eastern Standard Time. So you need to look at this and convert it, check it out. So I would imagine this would convert to what, you're in California, it'd be between 11 a.m. and noon, I want to say. 11 a.m. and noon is the peak in California time. But you should still be streaming whatever times you want to. But again, I'm doing a little bit of strategizing here. I'm adding in afternoon streams that will put me on at the peak of viewership on Twitch, but I'm keeping my evening streams because that's the majority of my community, and that's when I'm active, is right this time at night. So there's websites for you to look at this data and kind of ballpark and imagine it. So yeah. Hi, Tiffany. How are you doing today? Let me pull us back into the main screen. Okay. What else we got? We did talk about the data breach a little bit earlier today. What do you think about the financial third wall breaking? Was it a good or bad for streamers? Oh, this is such a spicy topic, Evan. I was very interested in the data. I will say, as a data-driven person, it was very interesting to see that data. I can understand how it would make certain people feel like their privacy was exposed in some type of way, but I'm a very open person. I'm willing to talk about that type of stuff, so to me, it didn't feel like that, but I understand how it would make people feel uncomfortable. But I also think that it's very difficult for me to price myself when I'm talking to brands about sponsored videos because I have no idea what other people are being paid. So I have no idea what to ask for. I don't know what's too cheap. I don't know what's too expensive. So the more this data is publicly accessible, the more we as the content creator will be receiving fair money for what we're doing. Because it's like, well, why is that person getting paid $600 but you only paid me $100? And I had no idea you were paying them $600 because that's all private. It's all done behind the scenes in emails. Like it's the more that data is publicly available, the easier it is for us to advocate and demand fair wages or demand fair for covering like how much do you want to charge for streaming someone's game for an hour? How much do you want to charge for a 2-minute ad read in your YouTube videos? Stuff like that. So I can understand how it would make people feel violated, the people on that list. I can totally understand that. But I think that it was interesting data to have access to. I guess I like to analyze these things, and I also don't think it's that big of a deal for that data to have been released because we don't have access to their full income. We only know their Twitch subs and bits. We don't know how much they're making from donations. We don't know how much they're making from sponsorships. We don't know their full income. We just know the Twitch stats, which I do think is very interesting to see. So where can we see it? If you search up on Twitter, the Twitch data leak, LEAK, Twitch data breach, Twitch leak, Twitch find, you'll find it. Put in those keywords and you'll see it. You'll see it. Okay. What else we got? Okay. Was it? I filmed my first YouTube video today. It was straight dumpster fire garbage. Farrellwood Witch, no. I'm sure it was good. What went wrong with it? Okay. Slug says if we wait 30 years or so, we can finally get that old silver hair bread making Twitch success. Okay. Twitch ain't going anywhere for now. Yeah, I agree with this. Do you have a video on how you analyze your videos for YouTube and Twitch? Kind of like how you analyze your anime channel's videos earlier. Not really. Not really. I mostly do it here in these Q&As, and I've kind of started it like with that Valkyrie video, which I'm going to call that series Tracing Success. I'm going to do one video of those every month. Probably the last week of the month I'll release one of those. So I'm kind of, if you have more information on what you'd like to see as far as that kind of analysis, I'd love to hear it, because I would like to incorporate what y'all want to watch. I absolutely want to be making what y'all want to see. So, all right, let's see here. Hi, Necron. How are you doing? I'm just a soft, small queer bean. I'm trying to get prepared for the hate. It's not that bad. I will say it's not that bad. The first bump, getting over the 5 viewer area, where it's so much easier for trolls to come in when you don't have a community built around you. But once you can get past that 5 viewer bump and get up to the 10 area, and you start to get kind of an established community in your chat, it's not that bad anymore. I was just talking earlier with a friend how I've only banned like maybe 2 people from my channel in the last month. I don't have to deal with it very often because there's such a steady vibe in the chat, and when a troll comes in, they stand no chance, so they don't even bother. They go attack people that have less than 5 viewers because those people don't have mods, they're newer, they don't know how to get rid of trolls, and they'll entertain the trolls because they don't know better yet. So at that point, if you are in the 5 or under viewer or 10 or under viewer, you don't have a steady chat, just that small streamer area, you don't have mods there all the time, just get used, just ban them. Just literally shut them out and don't let them take control of you or affect your ability to create. Don't let them stop you before you've had a chance to really blossom. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. I'm curious about how you handle a follower who begins overstepping your boundaries. It's so difficult. I ghost. I think this is the best way I could say it. If I start having someone who's DMing me all the time and I don't want to be constantly having conversations with them, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be flirtatious, because I do deal with a lot of the emotional type of thing because of the tarot content that I do, I just stop responding, to be honest. Like, I'll respond less and less. It's ghosting, right? I just kind of I make myself less available. I stop responding, and if they start getting more urgent, like, hey, did you hear what I said or whatever, sometimes I'll reply with things like, oh, I'm sorry, I've been really busy, maybe direct them, like, if you want to chat about this, like, the next time I'm live is this or something, depending. If it's too much like emotional baggage, I'm not going to tell them to come to the stream. But if it's someone who's asking me, like, if someone was in my DMs, like, when should I go live? When's the best time to go live? And what do you think that I should be naming my streams? And if I had someone that was like that in chat, like, that's not to me, that's more someone who I could probably still help, and other people could learn from those questions, because it lines up with the type of content I'm creating. Not everyone likes to answer Twitch tutorial kind of questions, right? I do. So when I have questions like that in my DMs, I might say, hey, I'm actually doing a stream review next Saturday. Why don't you come by my stream and we can talk about it then, because I think other people could benefit. And at that point, you've shut the DM down and you've pushed them back into the public platform. So if you can shut the conversations down and push them back into public, other times, if it is more just like crossing boundaries, you might have to get a little more forceful with purging the chat, or sometimes I'll just have to have like private conversations with maybe someone who's watched me for a year or two, and we've had like a rapport, we've talked a lot, we've become somewhat, you know, the streamer viewer friendship thing. And I'll just have to come into DMs and be like, look, this is actually like not cool what you just did here, and have a hard conversation with people. I've had to do that more and more, the larger I grow, and I've gotten more and more used to it. It was so difficult for me the first couple of times I had to do it, but I think I'm getting so much better at handling it, at enforcing my boundaries, and being gentle but firm when I go about discussing these things with people that I do care about, and I don't want them to leave the community, but I also need them to understand that what they were doing was not going to fly. Like, you can't do this all the time. This isn't okay. And I think that it comes, confidence is a thing. Like, it slowly builds. This is what I love about streaming, is that it has made me such a more confident and stronger person over time. Video Man, thank you for being here. I hope you have a good night. But yeah, I really enjoy how much Twitch has helped me grow into a more confident and strong person, because I've had to experience so many of these moments of telling this person no, putting my boundaries down, banning this asshole, standing up for someone here. Like, it's given me so many opportunities to experience that. Let's see here. How do you know when to stream at what times? We talked about that. I really think it's the best bet, though, to stream when your schedule allows you to stream, more so than playing the analytic game and looking at Twitch tracker. There's interesting data to see there, and you can kind of gauge, am I available at 2? You know, yeah, I am. So maybe I should go and prioritize that. But if you have a 9 to 5 job and the only times you can stream are from 6 to 9 p.m., there's always someone who's trying to watch something on Twitch. It's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world, right? There's always someone who's going to be available to watch. And if you're streaming consistently at the same times, like, I have a nocturnal audience, I have a nighttime audience, because I mostly stream at these hours. And I have the whole time I've been streaming. So when I start doing these daytime streams, they may or may not work out for me, and I may end up removing them because my audience isn't, they're not awake at that time. So yeah, okay. Of course, Neil, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Okay. I don't want people to feel I'm guarded or cold. Boundaries are important. Sometimes it makes me feel kind of powerful to be guarded and cold sometimes with certain individuals, I will say. All right. Thank you for giving great, honest, helpful advice for free. I also like the fact that you do on YouTube. I can go back any day. Twitch is only a week. Yeah, I like to make, and I don't knock anybody that protects their or protects it, but charges for their knowledge and service and time and thought and whatever. I don't knock that at all. Get your bag, right? But I'm very happy to provide insights and advice and thoughts and feelings about this, so that other people can maybe hopefully grow into their own content creators as well, or creatives, really. I think that's the main thing that drives me, is I had really, really bad art teachers in school. I've been reflecting on this a lot lately, but I had really bad art teachers that shamed me out of wanting to draw because they didn't like my art style or whatever else, and they were just kind of mean to me, and it made me stop drawing and creating for from 18 to 24 to 25, and I didn't start up again until around 25 or 26, and it was because I had bad mentors. And so I think that's really like the main thing that drives me to do what I do, is being able to serve as that like encouraging creative leader kind of thing. Like, I want you to draw. I don't care if your drawing is ugly. I don't care if you're not good at it yet. Just do it. Try, like, keep working on it. See where you are in a year. Like, you would never believe what my first drawing looked like. I want to encourage people to create. It's the same thing I get when I'm out in public. And I just had this happen at the grocery store the other day. This girl was like, oh, I can never dye my hair weird colors. And I was like, why not? Like, you should. I bet it would be a lot of fun. What color would you want to dye it? She's like, oh, I couldn't dye my hair. And I was like, well, have you ever thought about like maybe getting a wig? Like, that's a good way to just see what you feel about it, and it's not permanent. And then we started talking about wigs and how she wanted to, like, just kind of like encouraging people to explore their creative energy, really. I think that's the main drive I have here. and content creating, Twitch streaming, YouTube, it's a creative field. It's a really, really cool creative field. You only have 32 followers, but I only get like 2 viewers a video. How can I attract more viewers? On Twitch, you're gonna have to get some critical brain power going on here, and look at your videos and ask yourself what's not working. Do I need to bring a webcam in, or do I need to get better lighting? Do I need to not have a webcam? Do I need to get an avatar on screen? Is my microphone quality bad? Am I playing games that no one cares about? Am I streaming for too many hours? Am I not talking enough? Do I need to learn how to tell stories better? And then on top of just learning how to improve your craft, you also need to get your name out there with networking. So finding ways to share your clips on other platforms, getting involved in social communities for other small streamers, not in a follow for follow sense or any of those lurk for lurk, like kind of toxic spaces, but more so in like maybe emotional support, peer support groups where you can kind of chat and also make friendships with other people, where you could end up like hosting and raiding or even hanging out in each other's chat and stuff like that. You want to try to create friendships with other people in a similar position to you, and learn from them and share your struggles. That would be my best advice for someone in your position. I'm starting to run down on energy, and I feel like there's so much in chat. Let me see here. I started a more traditional TV channel with shows and movies and live streams Sunday, Monday nights. Been streaming on Twitch, but I'm curious if you think YouTube... That's so weird. I didn't even know this was going to be the question, Slimbacher. YouTube versus Twitch is on y'all's mind today. This is very interesting. Hi, Moontoke. How are you? So see Dark Eternal 666, hello, how are y'all? And King CMC TV, hello. That's funny. I'm gonna make a video about this. Everybody's asking about Twitch and YouTube. I might do that video next week. This week I'm gonna probably do a planner, like how I plan content video. So this is heavily on y'all's mind. To the short answer to you, Slimbacher, we've talked about this like 3 times tonight. The short answer is dabbling in both. I think Twitch is better for streaming overall, but I think it's worth experimenting with YouTube and seeing what you think. That's my elevator pitch for the answer of is Twitch versus YouTube right now. But that may change when I start researching analytics and things like that. Let me do a well-researched deep dive into Twitch versus YouTube, and let's see what comes from that. You lost audio? Did anybody else lose audio? Just me? Or just Tiny T Toker? Or do I need to worry? Do I need to be concerned? Okay. All right, I'm kind of skimming through chat. If I miss something super important, please repost it for me to answer. Let's see here. No, you can hear. Audio's good. Thank you, guys. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Let's see here. We love a queen who has the analytics and data. I've got such an analytic brain. How do you bounce back / re-engage with your audience? Did we answer this one? Ray Padilla, it looks familiar, or it looks, I don't know if this was one that was reposted because I missed it the first time. I don't think so though. I think we did talk about coming back, like kind of getting over the anxiety of streaming again for the first time after going on a break for a while. But this question is a little different. It's re-engaging with your audience after not streaming for a long period of time. For me, I just make sure that I'm still sharing on something like Twitter or even Discord if you already have an established group in Discord. Hi Anything, you're welcome. Thank you for joining in. Oh, Tiny T Toker, don't be embarrassed. I pushed mute like a derp. Let's see here. How I re-engage with my audience is I ask them questions. So when I stream for the first time after a long time, I'll do a little update, and I'm like, this is where I've been. This is why I've been gone. Not everybody has to do that if you're not comfortable sharing. I am. So I give my little 30-minute life update. And then I'm like, what have y'all been doing? What's been going on with you? What's everyone been watching lately? What TV shows should I check out on Netflix? You know, I'll ask them questions like when they come in, because I, not just for engagement farming, but I genuinely love getting to know my audience. I genuinely love having connections with the people that are in my chat. And I think that this is another reason why I self-sabotage so bad, because I feel like the larger my chat gets, the less of a personal connection that I can have. And I'm like, wait, I want to know every little thing. Like Tiny Tea Toker, I would love to know. I don't know your. I just think this is the first time I've seen your username in a stream before, and it's like, oh, I'd love to know. I want to know more. What type of content is Tiny Tea? I want to be able to have a more personal way of communicating with you when we do have like interactions in the stream. But at a certain point, that's not sustainable anymore. I'm off on a different tangent. Let's pull back. How do I re-engage with the audience? Asking them leading questions and being genuinely interested in what they're saying, and finding a way to incorporate it into the content that I'm making that day, or making the questions that I'm asking related to the content that I'm making. And making sure that I'm actively promoting what I have coming up. So if they've got them in the stream and it's the first stream I've done in 6 months, and I'm like, oh, I've missed you all. How's everyone been? What's going on? This is what I've been up to. Oh my God, it's so good to see you again, Evan. How have you been? How has your stream been going? I know you do a lot of, Evan, I also don't recognize your name, so I'm making up a personality for you right now, but how has your Dead by Daylight streams been going? And then Evan could potentially be like, oh, actually, I don't stream Dead by Daylight anymore. Now I've been playing Breath of the Wild. And then I'm like, oh, wow. So you've switched genre. There's a whole conversation to be had here. And this also creates space for the entire community to comment on switching from because I'm sure the conversation would be like, yeah, Dead by Daylight just got too toxic and stressful, and the heartbeat. To me, it stresses. Like Dead by Daylight is, I have a lot of friends that stream that game, but it's a stressful environment to be in with Dead by Daylight, because it's literally you're running from a killer. And then they switched to Breath of the Wild, which is a more relaxing, open world, exploratory fantasy game. So there's a whole conversation then to be had there as a collective community of adrenaline stress games versus relaxing, explorative, open world games. And that opens the way to connect with the whole audience about that. I ask engaging questions that have a direct connection with probably an individual in the chat. Y'all have heard me tonight. I said earlier, please tell me what kind of videos you'd like to make, because I want to make sure that I'm making content that you care about. There's twofold to that. One, it's going to perform better in the algorithm from an analytic standpoint. And two, I'm going to have an actual connection. Y'all are going to feel heard and cared about, right? Because it's like, oh, you know, Shady Lady actually heard my question and took the time to make a thoughtful video response to it. Like you feel valued by the creator at that point. And as content creators, I think that's something we should be striving for. At a certain level, it's not going to be sustainable anymore, though. But I still think you can always have an engagement with your audience in that way, no matter how large of a streamer you become. I think Markiplier is a good example of this, and Julian that I mentioned earlier is also a good example of this. They stay connected with their audience. They still do live stream content where they're interacting with them in the moment. At least I'm thinking Markiplier right now. They appreciate the people that are long-term subscribers. They've got some long-term community members whose names they recognize and they have an ongoing conversation with. I think that even if you're a huge streamer, you can still do this. So Chris Tanner says, what I'm worried about is if I'm too good looking. Well, then you should just look into VTubing, because you can't be dazzling everyone with your charming smile and your twinkling eyes. You got to keep it. You got to put a mask on. You can't let us see. You can't intimidate all of us. You can't make all of us feel bad. Okay, free product is not a sponsorship. You're absolutely right, Lily Bunny. It is not a sponsorship. Okay. All right, let's see here. You're welcome, Dark Eternal. Nice to meet you too. Thank you for joining in. Feral Witch says, I wonder if y'all would be interested in this. I'd like to see you analyzing your own stats. Just film you checking your Twitch stats at the end of the month when you're planning on what to do next month. That way we can see the actionable results of analyzing the data. That sounds like a really interesting concept to me, and I would be open to doing it if y'all wanted to see that, if it doesn't expose too much about my the finances and how math focused my brain is sometimes. No, Vanaman says, do you have to show your face when streaming? You don't. You really don't. I'd like to stream painting or gaming, but I'm not really to show my face. You don't have to stream your face. I do think that people on camera have an advantage as far as getting viewership faster, but there's plenty of people that Oh yeah, sorry. I'm not really drinking, am I? I know, and we're going so long on this stream. I was wanting to keep it to 3 hours, but I think I might actually need to chop this video up into multiple uploads. Okay. Um, No, it's not required for you to stream with your face. You're at an advantage with the face cam, but your comfortability is more important than anything. And there's plenty of people who have made large platforms for themselves without showing their face. If you're an art streamer, I think maybe you might recognize the name Emily Artful from YouTube. She is an artist. I know that she's done face reveals, but she's pretty much never on camera. It's just her artwork that's on camera. She is very engaged with her voice and storytelling and sharing moments of her life and all of this stuff, which is how she's created a connection with her audience, but she's never really on camera. It's totally possible for you to make an established career for yourself without ever showing your face. Tracing success is a killer video idea. Is the Valkyrie video? The Valkyrie video is doing pretty good, yeah. It's like 4th out of my top 10 list, so I'm surprised it didn't perform a little bit better, but I also wonder if maybe because it's a new style of content, and I also feel like maybe I should play with the thumbnail style a little bit more, and see what goes on from that. But I really enjoyed making the video, and I really have enjoyed the conversations that come about it, and I do think that it's been helpful and valuable for people watching to get some. It's fine to talk, for me, it's fine to talk about the abstract concepts, but when I can put a face on the strategy and show the actual, I feel like that helps so much. Lumpy, thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Hi Alpin Glow Up, welcome in. How are you? Okay, Toaster Oven, are you back over for attention? Hello. Hello. Can we help you? What do you want? It's toasty break. A good old toasty break. Okay. Just discovered your channel as someone who's regularly streaming. As someone interested in regularly streaming, and your videos have been invaluable resources. Aw, is it Jilly Bean? Is that how you say it? Jilly Bean, thank you so much. I'm glad that they could help you. Welcome in. I love you. Oops. Can you keep your foot in a good spot? I feel like I always learn something new every time. I'm glad. I'm worried that I just sound like a broken record sometimes. Okay, let's see here. You were talking about setting boundaries and enforcing rules. How much of that should we do ourselves, and how much should we let our moderators? I really think that it's the most important thing for you to do it yourself. I think at a certain point, your moderators can learn from what you enforce yourself. I think that letting your moderators decide for you what is and isn't appropriate will kind of take some of the power away from you in building your own community. At a certain point, you should have established your boundaries well enough that your mods know it without even having to ask, because they're like, oh, Shady always bans someone that says something like this, or Shady does not tolerate someone shit talking someone else, or like, I think that the more that you do it yourself, and you also, I think it's more important for you to learn how to do it yourself rather than relying on someone else to do it for you, and then allowing those people to come in afterwards to mimic the behavior that you've already set in motion. All right, let's see here. Networking has been helping Creative Girl. Dukesley coming in with the alien love. I just wanted to say hi, Dukesley. I don't know if I've said hi to you out loud yet tonight. It's good to see you. Dark Eternal, thanks for joining. I'll be streaming once a month on YouTube every first Wednesday of the month. The first Wednesday of the month will be our YouTube Q&A sessions. Most of my viewers are lurkers. How can I encourage more of them to actually chat without making them feel like they're getting called out? How do I get lurkers out? I kind of ask engaging questions. Why are you laying so weird today? I will ask engaging questions. I won't call them out by name, but y'all could probably see even something simple like, oh, is my microphone working? Several people who hadn't talked in a while popped out to say yes. So sometimes just asking, not saying like, oh, asking those like questions like, is my microphone working or something, but asking questions will get lurkers to come out sometimes. And I also just think being yourself too. Do you mind? I think being yourself too, without like the desperation of needing chat to talk to you, and sharing things that are interesting to comment about. So I have a friend, Luxo. I think his Twitch name is Hey I'm Luxo. He's a small streamer. He just hit affiliate, and he's a no cam streamer. I think I might have talked about him on the last Q&A I did too. But he does something he calls shower thoughts. And so I'd be like, hey, here's my shower thought. What do you think, like, I don't know a good shower thought, but why are you being like this? I don't know. You're being weird today. But he'll ask some kind of weird, like, like, how can our eyes be real if mirrors aren't? Or how can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? Whatever the stoner memes are. He'll ask some kind of like shower thought and then he'll answer it himself. And whether chat answers or not, it doesn't really matter. But just asking kind of interesting questions that people want to comment on, right? The toe beans. She's being a lush today. She's being quite a lush. I think I'm almost caught up with chat. You're welcome, Anything. Thank you for joining in. Can you post a video on how to batch contents? That would be a really interesting video to make, and something I'm actually kind of focusing in on with my own content. So batch content creation. Quit it, Toasty. For multiple platforms. Yes, I could. Leave those alone. Quit it. Doing funny polls or a funny joke. Yeah, like Meal said in chat. Yes. I need to see my monitor here in the way. Thank you. You're welcome, Hustler Kings. Thank you for hanging out tonight. I hear a lot about anxiety and stuff, but for me, engaging with the audience is my life, joy, and it's actually great medication against loneliness. I 1000% agree with you. When I first started streaming, I had moved from a city I had lived in for 10 years, about 8 years, somewhere around there, almost 10 years. And I basically lost all of my friends from that move because I moved 300 miles away, back in with my family. It's a small retirement town. There's not a lot of people my age around here. It was not very, I don't have any friends still out here. My one friend just moved to a different state. And I went through a breakup of a relationship I was in for 4 years. So I literally lost all of my social connections, and Twitch and YouTube and all of that was my social, and all of my friends now are internet friends. And I'm okay with that, especially works out because of like, the pandemic and all of that. But I do think that streaming and connecting with the audience and friendships and stuff that have spawned out of that has been heavily driven by me creating a social life around this. And I think that's one of the most important tips I've seen about Twitch and growing your brand and all of this is you have to remember that we're on social media. It's a social media platform. It's social. Valkyrie said this as well in one of her videos, and it stuck with me a lot. It's like, that's such a simple way to put this. It's a social platform. You have to be social to do well on it. The point is socializing. So talking with other people, going in other people's streams, networking, hosting, rating, all of this that whole bells and whistles, that's really like a huge part of the recipe of success on social media. Yeah, you could be the really cool person in the corner that has viral videos that pop off, but that's such a rarity. That's essentially the guy in the lunchroom that plays the guitar in the corner, and everyone loves to watch them, but they don't really talk to anyone ever. Like the cool, mysterious, talented person. That's a rarity. But the average person in the lunchroom, they're going to be able to sit at any table in the lunchroom if they're frequently talking to all the people in the, like, not everybody, but at least this was me. I was a social butterfly in high school, so I had friends in every little clique. So if I needed to, I could sit at pretty much any lunch table. There was probably a couple I couldn't have, but I could have sat down at any table and at least known one person there in some degree, maybe not best friends with them. But this is the idea behind social networking as well, is, yeah, if I needed to, I could raid someone that was playing Fortnite. I might not know them super well, but I've networked at least a little bit with them that I kind of know. We know each other, we recognize each other's faces, and it wouldn't be, you know what I mean? Like kind of getting your feelers out there with people of all different content styles, really. Okay. Have a wonderful night, Hustler Kings. Thank you for being here. All right, let's see. I'm so close to catching up with chat. Yeah, I worry when creators I love get big, the community will change, and I worry for being overwhelmed trying to keep up with viewers and keep a connection. I think that's why I self-sabotage a lot, is I'm worried about the transition that I'll go through the larger I grow as a content creator. Um, I think communication is important. Making your audience informed why you left for a long time is sometimes, I think, the answer, and other times, like, I don't know, maybe you went through a really maybe you're not someone who shares your struggle with your mental health, and maybe there was something like that that happened, or maybe you had a death in the family that you really don't want to discuss or talk about. I think it's fair for you to keep parts of your life private from social media, but I will say there's a lot of power in sharing the vulnerable moments. And that brings the community a lot closer, and it empowers a lot of people that might be silently struggling with the stuff that you are able to publicly express. Yeah, Dark Eternal, thank you for being here. I hope you have a wonderful day at work. Um, Look at this, another one. Nate Minifig says, I have 5K subs on YouTube and 130 followers on Twitch. Is it worth streaming to both, or I should focus on one or the other? It sounds like you might be better served. This is a different way of asking this question, and I have a different answer for you. It sounds like you might be better served by starting out with streaming on YouTube, because you already have a built-in audience on YouTube and Twitch is smaller. And maybe you could start out streaming I'm like 3 days a week on YouTube and 1 day a week on Twitch, and slowly tapering over if you were trying to transition to Twitch, or at least doing a 2-2, like a 50-50 split on the two different platforms if you were trying to diversify and broaden yourself across multiple platforms. But I also think if you're just getting started streaming, I would just pick one and focus on that for a while until you get established and steady with it. And I would probably recommend YouTube for you, because you've already got a following there. I've been using your tutorials to help learn about Twitch and just started streaming. It's your first time catching you live. I know. I was like, I don't recognize your little icon either, but it's very cute. The little skull teacup. Thanks for looking out for me, Slug. I appreciate you. I have a following on Instagram using my real name, but as I transition to streaming, I want to use an alias for safety. I'm worried my following will cringe or continue to call me that name. That's fair. Who cares if they cringe? Who cares if they cringe? And maybe I would just go ahead and make a new Instagram and with that new username and transition them over there, especially if you're trying to protect your private identity. And you could just let people know in the story or in your stories or in a post and be like, hey, I'm going to be switching to this new account. I'm going to be going more public with my content, and I'd appreciate it if y'all didn't carry my real name over. Like, just kind of let people know that you want to go by a different alias now. And if people don't respect that boundary, then I would block them from interacting with the new account. That would be how I would go about doing that personally. I've never used my real name online for safety and privacy reasons, even all the way back to MySpace days. I've always gone by an alias. But if I was trying to protect that, I would fully just make a new account, and I would let everyone know, like, name is going to be blocked in the keywords. Please do not ever call me that over there, because I don't want my privacy compromised, and just really frame it around that. Do you use anything to find what thumbnail? No, I don't. What thumbnail will get more click-through rate? I see people use a program that picks 1 out of 2 options. I'd love to know the name of that program. No, I just kind of eyeball it. And if the video doesn't super perform well, I'll kind of look at the thumbnails after a month or two and kind of just see which ones. What I kind of do is I pull up my thumbnails or somebody else's thumbnails if I'm analyzing another creator, and I'll look at something else, and then I'll glance my face over and I see where my eyes jump to first, and I just really quickly do that test, and I'll do that a couple times and see which ones are catching my attention, and then I'll try to look and see what do they have in common, what do these other ones have in common that aren't drawing my eyes to them, and why, and I'll just kind of just analyze in that way. I'm going to do a project for business class about streaming for food industry. I think there's a lot of potential, but I'm new to streaming. I think there's a ton of potential for food, like food content creation. Any tips you can give me? I'm going to do a project for a business class about streaming for the food industry. I would look into the cooking tag or the food category on Twitch, and watch a couple of them and see. I can recommend one of my friends. She's very niche, as far as a food content creator, but she's very interesting. Twitch.tv/Rora Pickles, RORA Pickles. She does like a food game show where she has like a spin the wheel and her chat helps decide like what chili she makes, and they'll put some weird stuff in the chili, or like what coffee we're gonna make, and like they add pickles, or like it's a very fun little like food game show that she does, that I think stands out in the food category. But she's kind of like an outsider to just today we're going to cook a pot roast and here's all of the details on that. But there's a lot of cooking streams, and I think cooking content is very fun for people to watch because it's very slice of life. So I would definitely research the market a bit on Twitch. And if you were wanting to go into food streaming, I mean, think about how like food content or cooking content, cooking channels, cooking shows, have always been popular content on mainstream media in TV. People love watching people cook and learning how to cook and stuff. So I definitely think that that's a good category to try to go into if you're really passionate about it, for sure. Okay. You're excited for a new chapter. It's inspiring to see you go through it too. I really enjoyed the new chapter. It was like a whole rebirth for me. And I left all my bad habits, all the drugs and alcohol and partying and toxicity was left in the past, and I felt like I turned over a new leaf coming up here. It was really nice. It was difficult and emotional and very hard, and a lot of times some of the saddest moments of my life. But okay, I'm caught up. I caught up with y'all. Okay, I saw a video mentioning that affiliate on Twitch is a bad idea. Not sure if you've seen the one I'm talking about. I need to watch it because they're the third person to ask about affiliate on Twitch. If y'all could, if you know the person that made it, or if you could direct me to it a little better, affiliate on Twitch. I'd love to see what that conversation is about because I've not heard this before. What are your thoughts on the downsides of becoming affiliate? We actually discussed that a lot earlier in the stream. The short end of it is the only downsides I could think of is if you don't want to put money in Twitch's pocket anymore because Twitch takes a 50% cut, or if you wanted to be able to multi-stream on several platforms. But that's the extent of my understanding of it. I feel like I need to check this video out and see. Is it Devin Nash? That's interesting. I need to check that video out. I haven't seen that one. Meal, thank you for hanging out tonight. Okay, I'm gonna check that out after stream and see. Maybe I'll make a video talking about that a little bit. But yeah, I think that we're caught up. I can't believe we did a 4-hour stream tonight here. I hope that's okay. I'll make sure to add the chapters. Probably won't be able to do that tonight because holy cow, I don't want to rewatch myself for 4 hours tonight. But I will probably let's see, probably over the next couple of days I'll have the chapters added. I think it just helps people who watch afterwards, and it also helps me if I want to pull specific questions out to upload as independent videos. Video by Devin Nash is called Why You Should Never Become a Twitch Affiliate. I feel like that's going to be a very interesting, spicy take. Why you should never be an affiliate. I would be interested in watching that. He's very, very intelligent and a very analytical person. So I would love to see the points that he raises about that. I have a limit. You can see what my limits are. I'm like, why wouldn't you want to be an affiliate? But he might have more. Maybe he thinks it's a better idea to direct people to subscribe on other platforms because you take a higher pay from like Fan House or Coffee or Patreon. I could think of a couple things in that direction, but I do think that it would limit audience interaction because like bits and subs are such a huge part of Twitch culture. But let me check it out. Let me see that. I wish we could raid. I wish we could raid, but we can't on YouTube. I hate to end a stream and not send the love elsewhere, but that's all right, I suppose. I guess I'll talk a little bit about just for a second about what I've got coming up. But you're welcome, Nate. Thank you for being here. For the OBS video, it helped you a ton. Yours was the only one that had info that helped me that others didn't mention. I tried to make sure that I cover all the stuff that's important for me. Like, I want to cover all the little tiny details that are like secrets, like secret details. Yeah, so jumped in at the end. Loser Laney. Yeah, is that how you say it, Laney? I've been watching all your videos for the past 6 months or so. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining in. Slimbacher, thank you for being here. Alpin Glow Up, Evan, OG Sinner, aka Squishtish, Nate's Minifigs, Riri, Creative Girl, Nimsha Sims, Vanamins, Lumpy, of course, Anything, Priyanka. Thank you all so much for being here and for all the wonderful questions. This has been a really awesome Q&A. We got a lot of good conversations going on in here. I will be live probably on my main channel. I don't think I'm going to roll out the schedule that I'm trying until next week, the afternoon streams, but tomorrow I'm probably going to play some Stardew Valley, right? What's tomorrow? Thursday? Yeah, I'll be doing some Stardew Valley on my channel. Friday, I actually think I'm going to be on Twinkie Talk's channel, who was here earlier, and we're going to be doing a Minecraft collaborative event with a couple of other people in the Offbeats community. And I'm hoping to have a video up on Friday. It will probably be a how I plan a week's worth of content video. Next week, I think I'm going to do the unboxing and trial run of this Lapao portable display monitor thing, which is the product was sent to me, so it's kind of a sponsored video, but it's not sponsored, but the product was sent to me. So we're going to do a little test run and see if a portable monitor works with my Switch, and if I can incorporate that into streaming and how that would work out with that. So I think that's the content I have coming up. The end of the month, I'll be doing another tracing success video, probably featuring one of a Minecraft or a no cam streamer, a streamer that has not used a camera and has grown to success. I mean, maybe like, what's his name? Corpse husband. He never showed his face, right? He could be interesting. Someone that's a no cam streamer that has built success from scratch through streaming. That's specifically what I want to focus on. And I guess that's all I have to say for tonight. And I'll see y'all maybe in my live stream tomorrow, or Krenios as an example. Yeah, if y'all have any suggestions of people that would match that, I'd be happy to check them out and see if they'd work for the video. Okay, now I'm gonna go eat some food because I'm hungry. And I appreciate y'all so much for being here. Thank you for the support, and I will see y'all soon. I'll see y'all if y'all don't do Twitch or anything. I'll see y'all next month. On the 3rd of November will be our next live streamed Q&A here. Same time tomorrow. No, same time tomorrow in my Twitch stream. Yes, around 7 p.m. Eastern on Twitch, I'll be live with Stardew. So yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all next time. Bye, everybody.